She is going to help me take you through all the crazy insanity that we are going to be looking at on the battlefield here today. Nip, how you doing?
I am doing excellent, DK. I cannot wait to get the 2026 season off onto a good start. I cannot wait. We're going to have so much fun tonight. Let's get to it. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. We indeed are going to hop into it pretty soon. But of course, as we know by now, and as it is per usual, right, we're going to have to show a few things, show who's participating, what that map rotation is going to be, what they're playing for. There's a whole lot of things that we are first going to have to take a look at to see where we're going to be going. But I think we are in for quite a bit of a night here. We've got quite a big lineup of teams stepping up as well. Excited to see what they're going to be bringing out onto that battlefield. But of course, I think more exciting would be, of course, how these teams are going to be looking to kind of set the pace, right? This is the first day of 3, I believe, so there is going to be some pressure on them to see who can keep that consistency going, and of course how much of a foundational position they can set on the very first day. So I'm expecting to see chaos, carnage, and a little bit of sweatiness as well.
I mean, especially when we look at that Rondo, right? We're back onto Rondo in that rotation, and I think we're going to be seeing some pretty... Yeah, I think chaos is the right word. Some pretty chaotic stuff coming on through. They're going to have a lot of teams really just trying to get, as you mentioned, right, all those points. That first match, second match, you want to go 2 for 2 really good to set yourself up for the rest of the day. Because when it comes to those Miramars and those Erangels, it does get a lot trickier. So I think the Rondos is going to be a really good start to today.
Yeah, well, speaking about today, of course, we are going to be taking a look at a few things. Of course, first up, we are going to be starting off with that prize pool, which we'll be getting into. And from what I know, is that it is a pretty good one, right? 55k is what is up for grabs. Of course, take into account, that is the total prize pool, right? That is not the prize pool for today. And that's not the prize pool for tomorrow. That is the overall prize pool. So there is going to be a lot of opportunities for these teams to get their hands on a very decent share of that. I mean, it's been a hot minute since we've seen 55k be on the line here, Nip.
Right, it has indeed. So yeah, definitely a lot to play for here over the next few days. A lot to really get those gears grinding in those heads, you know, get those strategies going, because there is a lot to play for here. So love to see that, because not only are we looking for those positions, or not only are we looking for those qualifiers, we are also looking at that prize pool to help fund the journey along the way, all the way to PMGC. So love to see that.
Yeah, well, firstly, they'll have to fund the excitement, right? These teams are going to be bringing in a lot of that. And of course, speaking about these teams, here we are. All our different breakdowns that we will see participating across the next few weeks, as we have the USA coming in. We've got Mexico coming in. But of course, for today, we are going to be looking at the squads rolling in from that wildcard section. And at the end of the weekend, only 4 teams will be advancing into the next phase, which of course is going to be that PMGO Season 1 NA Finals. So talk about heat, there is going to be so much of it right here. And of course, you can see that Pmnc lineup is going to be 17, 18, and 19th of April. The week thereafter, we are going to be heading straight into USA before closing up with a little bit of that hot and heated Mexico action to see what the finals will bring us. All the teams make their way into that glorious final, which will be happening over on the 7th to the 9th of May. So very exciting bit of action to come through there. And of course, as you can see, we are going to be playing through 6 matches all the way through. So each region will have an opportunity to really showcase all the talent they have. Speaking about which, here are our talented squads that are going to be stepping onto the battlefield. We got 7 Deadly Sins, we got Blackstorm, we got a little bit of that Zero Impact as well. We got the pros over there, the Endry pros. We've got Olympo Esports, Silent Esports. Ooh, I wonder if they got to come in with a few like quiet jumps, right? Maybe give us a few jump scares here and there.
Right? I'm just looking at their logo. I want them to win just purely off that logo. That is a really nice graphic design, but that's beside the point. We have 16 teams looking to all of them looking to make just 4, right? The top 4 go through from here. So that is a massive split. I think that's a massive division of teams, right? Of 16 teams, only 12 are going to go, 12 are going to leave. There we go. My goodness, guys, it's 1 in the morning. It's fine. Okay, I have coffee. It's fine. But
yeah,
that is when you see breakdowns like that, when you see such a small position of small teams small number of teams go through, it creates so much pressure for these teams. When you talk about 3 days, only 3 days, for 16 teams to become 4, I mean, that is going to be an insane few matches. So I think right out the gate here, like we said earlier, we are really, really going to see a lot of chaos coming through here just so they can get as many points as possible right out the gate because they don't have much time.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see, a nice contribution, or rather presence of different countries in this wildcard section. Speaking about contributions, this is how we're going to get through the chaos, right? We are going to start off with a double dose of Rondo, so expect those elimination counters to fly through the roof before we head into the desert, which is quite different, right? Usually we see Miramar coming in as our final 2 maps, but for this one, we want to change it all up, right? We got to throw a few spanners in the works, so we are putting Miramar right in the middle before heading over into Erangel to close up the proceedings here for the day. So I think this is going to be quite an exciting one here, Neb, looking at how these teams have to kind of manage that pacing throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this kind of rotation. It's not one I don't think we've really seen before. So to have those 2 Rondos, to have the Miramars in the middle like that, because like you said, they're normally at the end. And I think probably this is going to be interesting for teams because Erangel is the bread and butter of PUBG, right? It's the one that they will know by heart. It's the one that they have the most solid strategy on. To have that at the end might be really interesting for teams who maybe struggle during the rest of the matches. It's a nice buffer to actually bring back a little bit of their confidence, set them up for tomorrow, for the next day, right? For tomorrow. On the other hand, you know, Miramar is a much slower paced game. So after the chaos of Rondo, you go straight onto the Miramar, which is much, much slower, and then Erangel coming back in. I'm wondering how that's going to kind of play with kind of the mental side of things as well, right? That pacing, like you mentioned.
Well, there's only going to be one way to find out, right? We need to get into the battles to see exactly what these teams have in store for us. Of course, if you're watching anywhere, let us know. Who do you think is going to be the team to step up and grab their very first winner chicken dinner? I mean, there's a big, long list of teams to choose from. And of course, we are going to be looking at all 16 teams playing all the way through this weekend, right? So talk about having a very consistent opportunity, right? That is going to be exactly what they have to work with here. And it's interesting because if you look at other PMNCs, right, it's a completely different dynamic. So it's interesting to see NA taking this approach, and I'm very excited for that double dose of Rondo to come on through here. I'm expecting some pretty hefty figures to come in at the end of the day. The highest one that I've seen so far was 108 or 110, maybe 13. That's kind of the highest tally that I've seen in one day in the PMNCs so far. So I want to see who is going to look to push that envelope even further. And of course, what better way to do it with a double dose of that Rondo coming in here. But now the big question that I want to talk, well, we're talking about the Rondo map, right? The big question that I want to ask you here, Nep, is out of all the possible areas that we could go to on the map of Rondo, right? Which one would you say is probably the best one? And you can't say Stadium and you can't say Test Track or Neox Factory, right? Because we know those are pretty goated spots, right? You get an insane amount of loot. The teams love to hot drop in there. But let's say you don't want to go for a hot drop, right? Where else would you look to go?
Drop spot, right?
Yes.
Tin Long Garden.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's out of the way enough.
Okay.
It gives you some good rotation opportunities, but it's big enough to loot your entire squad. I like that spot a lot.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you did that whole video on where's good spots to go in this map. So, you know,
True.
if there's one person between the two of us, right, somebody should know exactly what it would be a good spot to go to. But of course, if I had to choose one, yeah, I would probably go to Joughton if the flight path allowed that. If not, I would probably go into a position like Miramar, right? Joughton also going to be a little bit of a hot drop location. Miramar, not necessarily too much of that there. So I can sit back, relax, grab all the loot that I want. My teammates could also grab one or two weapons and then continue on from there. But I want to see the heat. I want to see the pressure. And I'm very excited to see how the teams are going to look to capitalize on that recall feature that we have specific to the map of Rondo, right? I want to see, are they going to play with that tactic, right? Where you send the one player out to the recall station, leave the rest of the team behind to fight? Or will there be teams that have maybe not yet gone on to that?
I don't know. I think at this point, if they've done their homework correctly, I think everybody's cotton on to that. So I think we're going to see probably that 1-3 split coming on through. I wouldn't mind seeing more of a 2-2 split maybe to a more central location, something like that. But 1-3 seems to be the standard, so I think we're going to see mostly that. I'm wondering where the designated hot drops are going to be, right? Because it's only a hot drop if everybody decides to go to certain places. I doubt people will really go to Stadium. I'm thinking the Neox, of course, is going to be the big one. Test track as well, but you might even see some Danqing in there. That's normally a late game hot drop, but still, you know, you might see some teams decide to go there, and if enough of them go there, it's a new hot drop.
There we go, right? Coming from the full map breakdown coming through from, well, Neptura. She gave us exactly where to go and what to do and whatever, and if you don't know, if you want to know, go check it out, right? We've got the tag right there as well, so yeah, go make sure to take a gander at that. But of course, we are waiting to get ourselves ready to hop into the action here today to get this ball rolling. So some pretty high expectations, at least from my end, for these teams, right? I want to see it because, as we know, they made their way through the in-game qualifiers, right? Which we know there's usually like hundreds, if not thousands of teams that compete in that. And then to make it to this stage already is quite the achievement in and of itself. But so I want to see how they got here, right? What do they bring to the table that makes them walk onto this battlefield to rub shoulders against the rest of the squads, not only from the wildcard region, but also Mexico as well as US? Well, we won't have to speculate on that much longer, as we are going to get ready to hop straight into it. We are going to be starting, of course, over on towards, I believe, that eastern side. As you can see, well, the flight path is heading in that direction. Based on where we are right now, of course, we are on that southern half of the map. Danqing is possibly going to be appearing on the screen. Yes, there we go. Danqing right there. Boom! I like it when I'm so accurate with that little square in the corner. But of course, aside from that, right, this is now going to be that opportunity for the teams to get themselves well situated. And what we did also see is that there's a double flight path. So this is going to bring quite a bit of excitement onto this first match of the day.
It is. It's going to really balance out the map, make sure everybody goes to different parts of the map. And we do see somebody landing in Danqing. Okay, so 7 Deadly Sins going to be doing a 3-1 split. That's very normal, and it looks like that might be necessary, actually, because it looks like there's 2 teams here. So we do have a tiny bit of a hot drop coming through on Danqing. I love when I'm right. And we should see some action coming on through soon, but it's not fast enough. We've already got some Car 98 action going down in that Elam feed and the DSR. I love to see those bolties coming on through so early in the game. Lots of stuff going down in that Elam feed, DK. I wonder where that is.
Yeah, we'll find out very soon. But of course, in the meantime, it's interesting to see that S12K that being picked up. Of course, that shotgun meta is going to be a thing for a little while longer before it actually starts to change once the new update hits, right? Max was talking about it earlier today. So pretty excited to see exactly how that is going to change up the dynamics for our squads. Look at all the loot. Oh, man, I want to be there. I want some of that. Of course, speaking about loot, though, you can see things are looking pretty tough for the side here of Nucleotide, right? If you look over on that right-hand side, they have been reduced down to only 1 player. So a pretty bumpy play, but I'm hoping that player is over at the recall station.
Oh, I really do hope so. Based on the minimap that we see there, I'm thinking that is the case, so not too much to worry about just yet for them. But yeah, not the start that they really wanted, as Die here from AFL, Alpha for Legends, they're gonna be moving through. Can he get the double with the shotgun? Nobody can. Well, maybe. Oh, he doesn't get it with the Uzi. I really thought he had that. Down to 1 HP. But no, not going to be happening. Just cannot get that final bullet there. And so, yeah, that's going to be a real nice clutch coming in from Overrated.
Well, there we go. As we know, they're not as overrated as their name suggests, right? So I'm curious to see what Spark and the rest of the team are going to be looking to bring on through so far. Looking pretty decent, pretty strong. Beautiful nade there coming through from Icy as well. I like the action, right? A few cheeky plays across the board here as that feed continues to light on up. Daku on the opposite end there, all the way from the EL officials. Popping off. Ooh, the flames coming in hot here. This is potentially a dangerous angle now for Overrated to be situated in. But Alpha, they want to get that play. Up comes Icy. Beautiful trade for 2. Talk about the heat, though. There it is.
My goodness me, Icy was fed that on a silver platter. That pushing 1 by 1 is an interesting strategy. But he got those shots locked and loaded in, gets himself 3 eliminations. I mean, that's like 6 elims right now for them.
Ooh.
And AFL, they're not going to stop there. Another nade, they know exactly where Sandu is here for L officials. He's just chilling, big chilling over here.
Talk about a cheeky spray. That was one right there. It's like, you know what? I'm not even going to bother hopping out this window. I'll just pop you off the side. Thank you so much for coming. But here we go. EL officials already sitting with 2 eliminations under their belt. They still have an opportunity to maybe acquire even more. But I like what AFL is doing here, right? Alpha keeping that pressure pretty dang high. So it's not going to be an easy fight, at least for now, up here in Neox Factory. But that's kind of to be expected, right? The teams are going to be looking to bring in all the heat they can find. Speaking about heat, though, Overrated, the first team out of here. Out they go. 1 elimination to show for their efforts. But I hope that they can look to make that up come game number next. Of course, that is going to be our second dose of Rondo rolling on in. Looking at the spread, though, these teams are all over the place.
Wow, they really are, right? There's a big split between these teams. I think the further into esports you go, you don't see as many solos onto the outlying recalls. They're a lot more centralized. So it's really interesting to see these players on the far outreaches of the map. Is that safer? Absolutely. But to counter that, if you get a hard shift like we've got now, we're going over to Stadium, those teams over on that western side are going to have a hard time rotating in now.
Yeah, well, that's part of the challenge, right? You're going to have to find a very creative way to get yourself situated. Speaking about which, though, NG Pros getting a little bit of heat brought onto their doorstep here. Ghetto quick with a reaction. I like that follow-up here, but can Zero Impact fend them off? So far, a relatively fair trade on either side. We see Icy also just continuing with those nades in the feed. Love to see that, but here we have it. Ooh, almost getting a bit of an opportunity up in the window here. Kiddo not going to be wasting time. Very relentless and aggressive in the attempt here. Ooh. Good effort. Maximum chaos as they get even more eliminations. Now, that is 4 going to the hands of Kiddo, contributing everything here for NG.
Very nicely done there. I want to say we saw stuff from Kiddo in the test matches, right? That he was popping off. Even there. So not surprised to see him do his thing here and now where it counts. But AFL really popping off with those 8 eliminations on the board. And, I mean, they still have all their lives, right? Oh, that's interesting.
Sorry, how did you, yeah?
Swix, yes. Yeah, Swix, they've gone down with 1 elimination on the board. Again, another team that's just falling a little bit short. 1 point, and that's all for first game of the day. And they got a while to wait because, honestly, 14 teams still alive. Stage 1 still here. We're nowhere near being done. And you know that these teams are going to drag it out as much as possible to give themselves as much opportunity as possible. So those players just got to sit tight.
Yeah. Yep, I like the fact that we are currently in the pew pew stage of this match, right? We are still pretty much hugging the compounds. Everybody is going to be fighting for their position here, but I'm curious to see if and how it's going to pan out once we make it into those next few stages, right? Once we start getting out into the open fields.
That's going to be interesting because you do have the big Doritos, the triangles of the, what are they called, cover flares. You have those. You have terraforming now. So it's going to be interesting to see where we're going to be, what we're going to be looking at. How that cover is really going to change.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one indeed. Speaking about interesting, though, here we go as Nepali Hall are going to be looking to bring it in here. I got to be very careful with how I pronounce their name, right? Because to me, that feels almost intentional, right? I love it. Don't get me wrong, right? I like these straps, kind of, right? It's interesting ones indeed. But yeah, I got to be very careful with how I pronounce their name. So I'm going to go with, yeah, we'll stick with Nepali for the time being. Let's see how this one pans out. But Liquid Esports are also going to be looking to make their way through here. Already have those 2 eliminations to their under their belt, right? You can see they're all the way in that Nanchang area. So that is, of course, a little bit further towards the northern side of zone. It does seem like they still have quite a bit of range to try and cover to get themselves situated. Speaking about situated, though, look at the situation here for Black Storm. Could get their hands on a little bit of that loot drop as they do exactly that. Victor getting a nice little upgrade there with the armor, with the gear. It's looking pretty sweet. Curious to see what weapon they chose to take out of that bag, if any. But meanwhile, back in Eox Factory, it's still pretty much, same day at the office. Everybody going about their loot, trying to get themselves in vehicles to get their heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, and you know what? They've got time. They've got so much time. This zone does not really start hurting, especially if you're icy with that, the special backpack that negates zone damage for a while. So you get a little bit of protection against it, which is a really great feature here. So the stage 2 zone or stage 1 zone really is not going to be a big deal. It's really like stage like 3 or 4 that you have to start worrying about it. So yeah, these players can take their time, but we are seeing some early rotations coming on through here, which I love to see. And I'm wondering now where we're all going to be shaping up, because this is an interesting zone. It's not one we see often in Rondo. Going over to that stadium side, the northwestern side, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, speaking about interesting, of course, is the situation that we find ourselves in here right now, right? The L officials are caught over on towards that eastern side of the zone, as we saw pretty close to the bridge, but it doesn't seem like they seem too focused on pushing over the bridge just yet. Speaking bridges and pushing, Abyss Vale, they're not wasting time. I like the aggression that they're showing here as they're trying to pick up a little bit of that pew-pew along the way. Hopefully they can look to follow through and push that all the way to the end, as Team Entity is, at least for the time being, safe, right? Yes, the vehicle needs a bit of oil, but outside of that, it's perfectly fine.
Well, you know, if you've got the vehicle repair, gun, tool, you can actually patch that up and be good as new. So if they've got that in their arsenal, they are really looking good. And I love this position coming in from Team Entity. This is one of the strongest positions in the game. If you've got a zone that's centering up on Stadium and you get this rock early, this mountaintop early, I mean, they can sit tight for the rest of the game and get a ton of eliminations as well. So a really good pickup from Team Entity.
Well, let's see, can they now do exactly that? Can they lock it in? Can they get this position and elevated as far as possible? Interesting decision, though, just continuously pushing a little bit further and closer on towards that stadium side. Of course, we can see the town just here over on towards the eastern side, but doesn't seem like they are going to look to push into stadium just yet, right? Hope is going to, hope that no additional shots is fired over into this vehicle. Otherwise, that whole rotation could maybe be looking to go up in flames. But still, with 14 teams in this lobby, there is still quite a bit of chaos and excitement waiting to erupt all across this map. The zone is going to start to close up very soon. If we look over on towards the eastern side of the zone, here we can see Bamboo currently being occupied, and we've seen Bamboo being played a few times, but fortunately for the side here of Zero Impact, right, they're not going to be facing too much danger because, as we can see on the minimap, there's no one really in the surrounding area. So they can actually go about their business, grab all the loot they can find, and maybe get involved in this fight here against the L officials.
It'll be hard to actually make that jump up to the hillside, but it could be doable. And yeah, it looks like L officials are in a world of hurt right now. Just down to 2 alive. Sendu is down and is going to get rushed, so I don't think he's going to be able to get rezzed on up anytime soon, as there's a rampage from Resilience coming on in here, and they're going to be trying to just knock them down, clear them out, and it's a great push coming in from Resilience. That means L officials are eliminated, and that's going to be their 7th elimination on the board here, so Resilience really stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, they're proving that they are quite resilient, right? So a very good choice in the name here for the team. But if they bring that ruckus, that rampaging spirit. That is a little bit of that much needed R&R, right? The PUBG version of it. Meanwhile, the NG pros looking to pull up here as well. Skillet now quickly pops out of the vehicle. We've already seen what Kiddo can do, but good to see the rest of the team has been brought back into the fight here. Oh, 7 Deadly Sins also looking to get in on the action, as we do see Nepali getting taken on down. End of the road, unfortunately, no points for them this time around, but maybe the NGs can look to change that up on their front here. Oh, that nade though, that nade, very, very, very accurate hit on that one.
Really nice, and unfortunately for the NG Pros, Kiddo is down, so it's just gonna be Lux on his own, having to just get out of dodge as soon as possible. It's interesting how many teams are actually rocking up on this hillside. We've got a 4th contender now. AFL looking to do some business here, and Resilience are not having it. The vehicle does not go forward, and that's going to be 2 down now for AFL. Their top fraggers both down. Now they're out of the zone. This is becoming a massive opportunity for Resilience here.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha in a world of trouble here, as Die is going to go down as well. Now it is up to their last hope. Look at to see if they can actually make it out of the zone safely. That stage 4 blue is going to start to just tank away at the health. But Zero is going to be holding just up ahead of them. We do say goodbye to NG though, as they will unfortunately not be able to carry that torch any further. Zero impact, beautiful setup. I like this gatekeep angle that they have, but is this the opportunity potentially now for AFL to sneak past them, right? They still have quite a bit of a way to go. We do see Abyss also now getting traded out of here, and this is where the teams are starting to drop like flies, right? Those recalls starting to run out.
I'm really surprised we're seeing so many teams go out so soon. I expected teams to hold on for a lot longer, but no, they're wanting to get straight into it. AFL now just down to 2 as the blue zone takes some casualties as well. We're going to be looking at 7 Deadly Sins on the board now. Ooh, gets stuck in the doorway, and down he goes. Mop, or Sam rather, not Mop, sorry, Sam, not able to clutch it out there, and that's going to be 7 Deadly Sins. Benny, a solo, maybe going to be able to get his teammate up, but I doubt it at this point.
I mean, Sam getting mopped up there, that's what we definitely did just see. But now it's going to be up to Benny. Oh, can I get it? Comes through. Beautiful hit. I love the S12K shots there. 2 quick pickups. Now, is that going to be enough, though? Because 7 Deadly Sins, they've been able to secure themselves 8 eliminations, but this engagement has cost them so much. As you can see, Secret, Sam, and Kid all out of the fight. But now it is going to be a pretty tough position here, just here on the edge of Stadium, as that zone is going to start closing through here. Stage 4 about to come to an end. Olympo, they've been keeping themselves in a bit of limbo here, right? They've not really got too involved in altercations. Well, at least none that have resulted in eliminations for them. So let's see whether or not they are going to look to do exactly that. The Silence Esports now coming through. Beautiful spray coming here in from Emperado. But can he lock onto target, right? It's always difficult to hit those moving vehicles. Sometimes a little bit of a pre-fire could look to do the deed for you, as we do say goodbye to the 7 Deadly Sins. Out they are in 10th place. But now, what will the remaining crews bring on through? 11 eliminations already for Alpha, as well as the players coming through from Resilience.
Crazy numbers we're seeing stacked up here. I do feel for Team Entity, though, the zone has shifted very substantially against them, right? We're going to the other side of Stadium, a super rare circle, but that position they had on top of that mountain just isn't going to work, so they're going to have to move on up, get out of dodge, and into zone. So let's see where they end up. But that's a really interesting portion of zone, actually, DK. Like, that whole river area, this is the area where it transitions from that green, lush tree, you know, a lot of cover, to a lot of more Miramar terrain, very ridge-like, very deserty, all of that. So it's going to be an interesting zone that we see come on through here, and how teams are going to make the best of it.
Well, we'll find out. Yef, of course, now looking to make the most out of that medkit, as, yeah, Yef nearly had none of it, as it's looking pretty grim on that southern side of zone. Stage number 5 looking to bring all the pressure onto our squads, but Bamboo is still going to be in play. We've got AFL across the way. Nucleotide holding nice and steady. Interesting start, though. I mean, we did see a little bit of that pressure on Nucleotide earlier on. So far, it's not resulted in too much casualties for them as they still have the entire team in this fight. But now, as the pressure starts to mount, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, right? Nucleotide, Nuke, getting hit. AFL right there alongside him, but they cannot get the confirmation. So I like this pressure, this overwatch getting applied onto this position here.
Yeah, this is really, really nice stuff coming in here. It's very careful. It's very watchful as well. It's just like we're just getting some information. We're not here to make any moves just yet. Meanwhile, the Elam feed is just going crazy. Like, it has not stopped since the beginning of this game. As soon as feet touched the ground, they've been absolutely popping off. There we go, Hollow. Gonna be taking their second elimination. Meanwhile, Black Storm, big chillin'. They're trying their best here, but it's down. He's just waiting behind a wall, seeing if he can do something. And this is going to be a really difficult Entity do have the upper hand on this one. They have that high ground, and they just have all of the control because that zone is now pushing Black Storm forward. Just one solo left, and I think it's, unless he clutches it out insanely, I think it's going to be lights out here for Black Storm. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you spoke too soon, right?
Bye-bye.
If anybody's upset, you know who to point your fingers at. Because, you know, someone said something about that team and bam! Out they went. I just know with absolute certainty it was not me. But speaking about which, though, we are going to be hopping on to Silence Esports as they are doing almost exactly as their name suggests, right? They are looking to play the Silence here. Zero impact. So just creeping their way up, coming through from that southeastern side. But I'm looking at Resilience. Up north, they've got the high ground, they've got the position, potentially even they have the reach. It's all going to rely on where this next phase shift is going to be taking them. And we'll find out in about 50 seconds or so as to what the zone will be bringing to them. But it's going to be Alpha right here on the door. Popping a few smokes, trying to bring in as much cover as they can. Already sitting with double-digit eliminations. Can they go for even more? Will they be able to hit 20? If they keep the spacing, they might very well be able to.
I've been really impressed with AFL so far. 11 eliminations, some really good plays, really great nades coming through here. Icy been able to just take control of many, many fights here as Emperador is going to be trying to do something. Nades could be really good if Icy's not careful. Oh, and it's good. It's really good. Icy goes on down. Immediately going to try and get any info they can. The P90 follows on up, but Emperador's too quick here. Going to duck behind that vehicle. And, oh, Bonds is going to be so careful now. He's the last man standing. Icy has gone down. 4 eliminations here for Bonds as well. So he is one of the top fraggers as well. So not a bad player to be left on his own here. Emperor has gone down as well. But SIL, they've just got the entirety. That nade, oh, that nade is so good. They've got the entirety of the team to back him up there. So could be lights out here for AFL, but P90 in hand could be his saving grace here. He's able to get rezzed back up. A lot of more nades going down. That's not going to go their way, though. Lots of fights just happening all the time here, DK. And actually, it looks like Team Entity might be joining the fray here.
Ooh, all right. Well, bring it. Bring the heat. Well, they bring it by the bucket loads as they just come rushing on forward. But Nucleotide try to be ready for them as we do say goodbye to AFL. Out they go, the next team to fall, followed closely by NTX. So talk about pressure, talk about heat. That is all we had and everything that happened right on the screen as Nucleotide also take their way back into the lobby. But now we get to see what is going to be happening here and what the spacing will hold for the rest of the lobby as, well, one of our dominators has already essentially been laid to rest. But look at that, still 3 teams sat on double-digit eliminations. So there is going to be some pretty impressive scores at the end of this match. But one team that we've not seen too much in the last few minutes, of course, was the side there of Resilience, right? They've just been keeping a big chillin' up on the hill here, trying to keep themselves removed from the engagements, but they can only go so far. Instead, it is going to be the side there of Liquid Esports knocking on the door, demanding some results. They want something, But can they get it? And you got to give it up, though, to Silence, right? They've been able to hold onto this bridge for quite a long while. And see whether or not they can now push it even further and hit potential victory here. Of course, so much difficulty on these angles. Really got to try and squeeze everything out of it. But the quick shot here could lock it in, as Olympo could now fall to the wayside. Just one more hit. That is all that's needed. Cheeky nade,
Nice.
cheeky jump, and there we have it. Olympo, out they go.
I am so impressed with Nitro. We can talk more about him after this game's ended because it's popping off a lot now. But Nitro, the movement, the timing he had was just fantastic. Love to see that coming through here. Also, shout out to Liquid, right? Only 3 eliminations, which is one of the fewer numbers we're seeing here. But I saw that little spread they had a minute ago, and they were really trying to take up as much of the zone as possible. So I really appreciate the strategy coming on through here. They've lost 2, so they're just down to a duo, but they're right in the middle of zone, and with only 4 other teams left, it could spell some good stuff for them, but they are getting pushed up on now, so let's see how that's going to work for them.
Well, Liquid also now getting hit here as Resilience full sends it towards them. Quick cheeky trades coming in. As Liquid, well, they can't keep that flow going, right? That flow state getting taken from their hands, and off they are. Team Entity now enjoying the spoils as they are trying to lock down at least the southern edge of zone, but Silence now knocking on the door. They want a share of that. Oh, but there we go. Nitro goes on down. That is the end of the road for them as well. So Silence out in 4th, down to the final 3. Who will it be? So far, it does seem like the probability is leaning quite heavily in the side here of Resilience. They have the numbers, they have the figures. Oh, and they have the basing, and of course, a lot of space to work with here as well. As Zero Impact is out of it. Now, looking at probability, if Resilience don't take this, I'd be very surprised.
Right? So would I. You do not get 17 elims and not win, right? That momentum that you've got, especially with this setup that they've got, is just fantastic. I'm confused by Entity here. Oh, no, I'm not confused. Never mind. They were throwing out nades. I'm like, are you sure you're meant to do that? They did, because they're terraforming right now, but Hope goes down before they even get a chance to move out, and oh, look at this split. Resilience have them cornered. Entity cannot move out. They cannot do anything. They are just going to have to sit in that house as the zone swallows them whole and either deny the points, which is a very valid position here, or they're going to try and fight it out. And I honestly, DK, I don't think that's in the cards for them.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much Resilience's game here, right? We can see Madion and the rest of the crew already sitting on 18 eliminations. There's only 2 players standing between them, and that's 30 bomb that is about to get dropped on through here. I mean, if Entity takes this, I'd be very surprised and super impressed by them kind of fending off the aggression coming through here. But they do have Psycho on their team, so who knows, right? Maybe that is exactly who you need to get into a fight like this. But the blue is going to force their hand as stage 8 is about to hit. And I have a sneaky suspicion that it could maybe move up towards that northern side, especially looking at Resilience. They are spread throughout this entire zone, so regardless of what happens in the next 5 seconds, they've got it covered.
They sure do, and it is deny the points. That is the correct that's oh no if you do that, oh my god, no. Have they actually done that? I think, okay, so they were trying to deny the points, and I think they went into the Molotov and gave the points to Resilience anyway. But a big winner chicken dinner going over to Resilience. Fantastic work from start to finish. I love how they were able to hold their own on that hill against basically every team. And a massive game coming in from them. That's got to be a 20-pointer right there. GG.
Yeah, big old GG going to them. I think it is safe to assume that they most likely got their hands on both of those 2 eliminations to close off the game here. That Molly definitely looking to bring in quite a bit of a clutch play for them. But of course, speaking about which, we'll be hopping into a nice bit of a breakdown to the teams to see just how they performed. But first things first, of course, we are going to hop into our glorious MVP team to take a look at how they got to 18 the last time we saw them, because as we said, it's pretty much 20, I think, right? But even if it's not, getting 18 eliminations in the first match, that is pretty insane. And of course, there's going to be another opportunity for them to do exactly that yet again. But here we go, the breakdown of their performance. This is how they contributed to that insane tally. Something that doesn't really look exactly number-wise to get to 18, right? 3 plus 4 plus 6 is 13. But hey, you know, don't trust cost math. Sometimes it can be a little bit cooked, right? So we'll just go with it. Yeah, some pretty strong angles from them.
Yeah, really, really good work. Again, the fact that they were able to hold off, what was it, 4 or 5 different teams up on that hill, really goes to show they are really, really good at defending. But then also when you look at the split they had against Team Entity there, you're looking at a really good aggressive team as well. So very excited already for Resilience to see what they've got to offer to bring us into match number 2.
Yeah, well, there we have it. They only got those 18 eliminations as the final 2 got denied. So that Molly was a valiant effort, but unfortunately, as we can see here, it didn't quite pan out according to that. So, but still, I'd say the top 5 teams finishing quite strong on those double digits is going to give them a pretty good start off for the day. Black Storm, 7 Deadly Sins, as well as Liquid, also then going to come up and close up our top 8 slots here. So, yeah, I think quite a few statements have been made here. The standard, or the expectation, has been set by the lobby. So we'd love to see Nepali also now look to bring in points, as we are going to be getting close to that second match as well. So hopefully they can find a little bit of better pacing, right? Maybe a little bit more caution throughout that game to get them into that next stage. But yeah, there we have it. First game, we can pretty much tick it off now.
Yeah, we sure can, and only one team going out with 0 points. That's going to be Napoleone as well. We're going to be hopefully seeing a little bit more from them in this next game. They have one more Rondo to reverse those effects of game number 1. I really love that we have another Rondo coming in here. That's going to be so much fun. Because the chaos that we saw in this last game, the amount of points we saw that teams could get in the last game, it could all be redone, rewritten in game number 2 for some of these teams who maybe didn't really do what they wanted to do. As our MVP is going to be Aaron from Zero Impact. Interesting. Okay, 8 eliminations, 7 of those eliminations being his own knockouts. That's a lot of damage. Some really, really good stats here from Aaron. And we saw him do those things with the JS9, I believe, right?
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's completely possible. But you know what's more impressive is that Aaron contributed 2/3 of the eliminations for the team, right? Because Zero Impact ended on 12. And well, as we can see here, Aaron brought in 8 of those. So some pretty hard work being done here. And I love to see this from the squads. But where can they take it to, right? Because as we know, it is just heat, it is pressure, it's just so much continuously building on these teams. But I think what's even better than that is the fact that, as you've mentioned, right, we are going to be heading into another Rondo. So I'm curious as to whether these teams are going to look to maybe rectify a few of those discrepancies with regards to the points, right? Are they maybe going to double down this time around? Or are we going to see kind of a repeat, right? Will we have just another runaway performance coming through from 4 of our squads, right? Locking in double-digit eliminations because we saw 11, 12, 13, and 18. So I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a performance here. But I want to see the teams that have not yet been able to get their hands on placement. This is the opportunity. So I'm looking at the Bali, right? This is your chance. Get it in there, get those points, and make it to the late game.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the big possibly mistake that I saw from some of the teams that went out early, right, is I don't think they did the 1-3 strat, the recall strat, or they put those recall players in a bad position that made them easy targets. So for this next game, I really want to see that change, because those teams now, they have another chance, like we keep saying, to get to the top very, very easily. I mean, 18 elims, yes, that's a huge amount, but with recall, that's more like 9 elims. But you can get a 28-point game, and that puts you straight at the top of the leaderboard. So it's all to play for now in this next rondo.
I mean, aside from 20, you can get a 30-point game, right? As we saw, Resilience, they came close. They came so close, but unfortunately, the blue zone, right? The big bad blue zone beat them to it. But that is kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about cookies crumbling, we are going to be taking a quick break to get ready for match number 2. So stay tuned. What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready to move into match number next. Game 2, Rondo coming in hot. Of course, the first one, Resilience already laid down the law. They said, you know what, we ain't leaving here if we don't have 28 points. They did exactly that. They almost got 20 eliminations in this past game. But of course, now the exciting part is to see how are the teams going to look to respond to the absolute aggression coming through in match number 1, right? Are they going to look to double down? Are they going to look to run away? Or are they going to look to utilize the living goodness out of that recall feature? Of course, only one way to find out, right? We have to jump in the match to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. But yep, this is where I'm going to ask you a very important big question. I want a prediction. I want to know, who do you think out of the teams that we've already seen is going to be the one to reign supreme after game number next?
I think it's going to be ATL. You know what?
Oh, yeah?
That's who we're going for, because they really popped off in the first half of that last game. I think they probably struggled on the rotation coming through. So I think instead they're going to really try and bring it back for this game. And DK, we've headed into game. We only have one playing path coming through here. And so far, not a whole lot of hot dropping involved.
I mean, the plane has kind of just started, right? So it's halfway there, I know, but whatever, right? We'll see the teams look to get situated. Does seem like maybe Dunching could be a nice place for these teams to get themselves situated. Yulin could also be receiving quite a bit of love there. But here we have it, AFL taking an early start to that far western side of the zone, just crossing past the land bow. So a nice distribution of squads coming in across the way. But I think the big kicker here, at least for me, is going to be where that first zone is going to be going, right? Is it going to be centering up towards that northwestern side once again? Or will it be changing it up? Yes, it will. It goes down to the southwest. Ooh. It has centered up just over to the eastern side of Landpo. So that is going to cause a few problems for a few squads. But you know what? We are here for the ride. We want to see those problems getting brought to the foreground, right? We want to see the aggression. We want to see everybody getting tested, because this is PMNC America.
Absolutely. I love the chaos that Rondo is bringing forth here. And here we go. Let the chaos commence. The Illan feed is already doing its thing. We're seeing, I mean, not even everybody's down off the parachutes yet, and still people are going on down. Yulin is going to be occupied, that's the word, occupied by NG pros. This squad, I mean, Lux is going to be their recall player, but actually the recall player, him versus Balin, as we go over to Neox Factory. Here's where those elims are coming from, and it's AFL once again. ICT coming on through with those two elims. So again, starting off the day right, getting all those elims, getting a third if he can keep that thing going, if he can get, wait, no way. No, I was gonna say that would be an epic flex, but no, gonna get punished for that instantly.
I mean, a little bit of that bow arrow action here, you know, why not? If you want to be cheeky, bring it on in. Maybe IC can get it going yet again. Let's see, will he bring the T with it though? As Evil Official are going to be holding over onto the edge here. The great opportunity though for the squads here, the players rather, from Overrated to get involved in the fight, right? They're keeping their distance, trying to see if they can line up that angle, but you can see nades flying all over the place. The squads are ready. They are in here to cook it up as the first confirmed elimination by grenade goes over to Liquid. I like them hitting that flow state, but can they keep it going? And of course, well, Alpha, they've set themselves up for the recall, so that is going to be the name of the game for them here. Ooh, beautiful claim coming in. One down, a few more to go. Got to watch out for them sparks, though. Alpha trying to lock it in. Spots at a good angle. Spark just narrowly escaping it. But I want to see, right, is Spark going to look to kind of reposition, right, get on high? Or is he going to peek that same spot again?
He's got to get that high ground, man. Do you see Resilience there? Now, having looted up in Test Track, they're moving to Neox. They want more of this action. They want to continue the trajectory they built in the last game. As Silent Esports, now Hollow under fire. They've already got one dead, one down. And It's just Hollow. That's the last man standing on this side here. Dragas is gonna try and get that recall or that revive going. Maybe try and help. This is the battle over the recall station. Now this is a really interesting thing, right, DK, of Rondo, of these recalls, is you get these little mini fights around recalls. So you've really got to pick your recall station very carefully to avoid these sorts of fights going down. Just cause it's gonna be a really difficult thing because you're usually bleeding, you're usually down, and that's gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be Silent Esports taking out one more player there. Really difficult. You gotta be careful of these.
Yeah, you gotta be cautious, right? But caution only helps so long, and then it kind of goes out the window, right? You just got to keep on with that aggression because this is Rondo, Nep. You can't be too cautious. You can be tactful, yes. But caution, yeah, that results in you not walking away with the amount of points that you need. Speaking about points needed, AFL, they don't need many points, really, right? They already have 12 points on the board, so let's see if they are going to look to push that a little bit further. Maybe get more than that one placement point that they were able to secure in the previous game. Resilience, though, the leaders currently are going to be looking to keep that momentum flowing. 3 eliminations up. Marion, now the only player left to get eliminations for that squad. But, of course, Neox Factory is not going to be backing off just yet, right? Resilience just there on that northern approach. Could be a beautiful opportunity for them now to look to capitalize, and that is exactly what Molina does. Locks it in. Darko now about to be left in the dark here as the aggression just keeps on mounting.
Wow, the nades are really flying here. Oh, I don't know how that one didn't hit. Really well placed, but I think there's just a cheeky ledge in the way there. And that's going to be Santu just relocating. I like the decision to reposition after throwing a couple of nades, right? Because those nades, as anonymous as they are, they also give some really good information about where the thrower is, right? So nice to see that he repositioned, try to get around that a little bit, because if any team's going to take advantage of that, it is definitely going to be Resilience here. So Resilience going to be just potentially cleaning up these last few players here. You got the full team, or almost full team, of L officials, and then there is another solo here as well. So they've come in at the right time. They're able to just move on through, clean up where they can, and take control of Neox Factory. It's going to be a really good springboard for their next rotation into zone.
Yeah, I hope they dive into it, though. Speaking about diving, that's exactly what Team Entity can look to do here. Diving into the action. You got to watch out for that landing. I hope they stick it, and I want to at least award them a 9 if it's well executed. But let's see what score they're going to walk away with here, as they are just trying everything they can. Or trying to play the roof, trying to be very tactful with it. But of course, the Abyss not going to allow too much shenanigans to come through here. Meanwhile, AFL also holding on the roof as Resilience now starts to clear it out. Up they come. Oh, Buns. Yep. Got the Buns in some trouble there. Beautiful spray from Molina. Just locking it in, and now 5 eliminations strong.
What a flick coming in from them. You can see how they won the last one, but it might not be enough for Nans. Gonna be able to flick on through, try and get him. Oh, gets that shotgun shot. There we go. So Jazraj gonna go on down now, finish up that elim, and get that reset going. Super easy clutch for them, and that's gonna be Neox Factory all to themselves. The zone is moving forward, but like we said in the last game, stage 1 zone, not too bad. You can tank it a little bit here. Their solo, on the other hand, Maydon, where are they? I don't see them. Oh, okay, they're outside of Joutin, so not too far of a transition from them either. That zone's going to center on up to the northwestern side, but should be a pretty easy position to take. I do feel for one team, though, DK, and that's going to be L Official, because they've recalled all the way in Hime Town on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, but sometimes being recalled on the opposite side of the map is not necessarily the worst thing. I mean, we're also only in phase number 2, so the Blues not going to do too much damage to them. I think this gives them a great opportunity to really come through with a strategic position, right? And I'm curious and hopeful to see a pretty strong one in that for them. But here we go. Marion now continuing to move a little bit further afield. Ooh, they got to get out of the blue, as it might not be hurting too much. Eventually, right, it does start to stack on up here. So let's see whether or not Resilience can also make that play. 7 eliminations already under their belt.
Crazy.
Oh, they are looking pretty golden at this point here.
They sure are. My goodness me. I can't wait to see how they're going to position coming into the mid game now. Teams are starting to have a little bit of a clash going through as they make their way into zone. Who is this? Is that Silence? It might just be trying to get rid of Melina there, but I think they've just about past that danger. The car is smoking, but at least the blue does not do any damage to vehicles, so they should be okay. Just gotta make sure they don't crash into anything there. Nucleotide, though, 3 eliminations, full squad right now over by Bamboo. They've clashed a little bit with, looks like, Olympia, and we will see maybe something come through with that, but I think actually they're going to be just wanting to move on out, disengage, move into zone, because they're 1,500 meters away from it. So yeah, I think that's probably their best bet now.
Yeah, and of course we do see Limbo down to only one player that we could see on screen. Of course, it's going to be Siri just holding on the edge there. The distant current cousin of Siri, right? But we'll see how this one is going to pan out, as Abyss is also going to be feeling a lot of that hit. Very quick cleanup coming through there from Ace. Overrated, though. They've chosen a little bit more quiet approach, at least for this game, right? We did see them be quite active in the first match. For now, kind of just holding their distance, looking to see what they can find. But they can't do too much of that, as we do have the players from the side of Nepali just towards their north. So once they start moving, they are going to get spotted, and we are going to have a bit of a spray down coming in. Abyss, though, still locked onto this northern side of zone. They are looking at that recoil coming through here, and Mamba now going to have to try and snake his way off the roof.
A difficult position to be in some ways. If you've got that recall, you know, you kind of go, okay, well, I just have to tank this elim, give it to him, and then get recalled later on. It's an okay strat, especially if your team is actually in the circle and you're not. It's an easy way to get to make that transition, to make that rotation in. But it's not ideal. You know, you don't really want to be giving points over teams. Oh, and he's gonna make him work for it. Mamba drops him down to 1 HP. Really nice spray coming in there. We have a big fight going on between the top 2 teams of this match right now in that Elim feed as well. Gonna be keeping an eye out for that. But Psycho goes on down. That means Team Entity Ace going to be the next up for grabs here, as Hope and crew gonna just be in that recall area and gotta get in. 1,700 meters away now. Danping is not safe for either of you. Get out of Dodge while you still can.
Well, for one team, it's not going to be enough, though, as we do see the players there from Silence making their way out of it. 6 eliminations, though. Pretty decent run, right? I mean, it's nothing to scoff at. But we have been looking at quite a bit of an altercation coming through in that feed. Abyss as well now going to be losing a player. We do see the players from Resilience going out next. So that is 2 squads down. Resilience, 9 eliminations up. Quite a different turn of events from what we saw in that first game. But who's going to be the one to reclaim that new winner chicken dinner? It is up for grabs. And as I said, I would love to see the teams who didn't get loads of points in the first game to look to double down. And that is exactly what we are witnessing right here. So I'm in it. I love it. Bring it on.
Sorry, we just saw Sam OP use the cover flares to eliminate himself, and so he can get recalled.
Yeah.
That's wild. Not even like nades or anything. Nah, the cover flares are where it's at. Okay. All right, I can respect it. That's fine. That's fine. He's
but you
gonna
know
get
why?
recalled in zone. Yep. Why?
In case it went wrong, he had some cover.
No.
Right? So that was him just covering himself to make sure, you know, in case he missed, that he would still survive and have another opportunity, another run. Speaking about another run, though, while Neptura is going to be rolling her eyes over there, we'll continue to look at the fight between Liquid and Abyss. One of them is going to lock in. As you can see, Liquid pretty low on health. Is going to be Samar, who's the only one with a decent health bar here. Can they maybe clutch it up for the squad, right? Abyss absolutely relentless as Neon goes on down. The lights are flickering, but is that going to be enough? Abyss have the opportunity. MR5, I did see getting a shout out earlier in the chat. Let's see, can they live up to the hype, right? Can they follow through and maybe clutch it up here?
It's entirely possible, DK. They got those nades. They got the other team on 1 or 2 HP here. It's possible they could do this, but they need to wrap it up quick. They got 40 seconds on that zone until it starts moving in, and at stage 4, it's going to start tanking some of that health. So they really got to wrap things up as quickly as possible. You can see there, yeah, Juice goes on down for Abyss there, down to the play zone. And, oh, Mr. 5 gonna get pelted with some bullets as well. So Abyss suddenly not looking in a great situation here.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough order for them to work through.
Ooh,
I mean, the odds
DK.
are currently stacked against them. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I just have to interrupt you because I saw an MG3 in the elimination feed.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All
it's
right.
being used.
Well, the MG3 homie's on here, so let's see what is going to happen as Abyss now. Unk now trying to fend off the advances coming through from the side of Liquid. Oh, is Akshat going to be able to shut the door here quickly, just vaulting off the top of the roof? But there's even more trouble now just lurking around the corner. As you can see, the Owls also just there. Owls officials in the side. Oh, this noise could be drawing them in any minute as Liquid does get their 5th elimination, but Abyss not out of the fight just yet, right? MR5 locking it in, gets the spray, but gets sprayed down in turn as Neon just lights that one up, and off they go. Abyss out for the count, but I'd say a very good attempt for them.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Good stuff to see. What I really love though, DK, is L Official right now, because you saw them push up out of zone and they've actually fallen back. They're like, no, we don't need to third party this. We can just wait. We can be safe inside zone. They're being very, very, very respectful of that play zone. They're not overextending. So I really like to see that. But the 7 Deadly Sins are in a world of hurt. One player left standing, and he was just at 1 HP there for a second. And this is where L Official now going to be moving in. What a play coming in from them.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Listen to that sound, right? Look at that.
So
look
nice.
at that colorful, beautiful weapon there. Let's see whether or not Sandu can get the job done here. Look at Harmon just ahead of them, but will they lock it in? Quite a few attempts now could be made. But this is going to be Liquid now just, well, going back to their roots, flowing through the river as they need to get a better position in the zone. Currently just using rather all the hard cover that they can find to help get this vehicle in. I mean, everything is now riding on Hartman to see, can he stay just out of reach of any other team? So far, the western side is looking quite promising. Nobody in the immediate area. You can see a few markers off in the distance there, but so far, so good. So Liquid, they can stay in this fight a little while longer. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby are going to continue now to get pressured as stage 5 is about to hit. So you've got to be careful not to dip out into the blue. Ooh, but this is where it is just going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. Black Storm. You can see the knocks coming down onto them. 7 Deadly Sins coming in the fight as well. L officials trying to climb bridges, looking for parking in odd places. And I don't think this spot is going to pan out, right? Because, of course, the zone has moved away.
It has. I'm interested to see how much slower this game is going, right? Their teams are all still very aggressive, but stage 5, 10 teams left. I mean, that's a big jump from where we were in the last game. So already teams using that first game is just chaos, get all of those eliminations, as many as possible, and now we're starting to settle down into more what we're used to seeing from an esports lobby, more of that slower, more strategic gameplay coming on through here. You do see for Liquid, Harmon, just that solo left in a one of the noisiest vehicle skins you can be in. I know because I have it, and Signe is going to see it. Oh! Hold on a second, what a flip!
Sure.
Wow!
Sure, go ahead, make all the noise you need to. That was pretty dang impressive. I mean, who needs to worry about a cautious roll up into the zone, right? Just tell everybody you're coming and pop off with some pretty good sprays there. Unfortunately, we did see the end of Liquid coming in there, but now we are down to our final 9 teams and a decent spread across the board here. But, of course, looking at overrated, they are yet to commit to a position in the zone, right? For the time being, kind of just riding the terrain, peeking over all the different ridges and valleys, but they do have Blackstorm just ahead of them, so there could be a golden opportunity at hand here for them. Let's see how they play through this. Meanwhile, AFL, current leaders on the board there, holding on with 7 eliminations alongside the squad from NG Pro. NG not being as active this time. I say that, and they've got 7 eliminations, but let's see how it pans out for them. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to another team there as Team Entity takes a quick step back, but these nades are just on the money.
They really are. They are on the money, but they're also giving that final solo more cover, right? You saw that ground, the terrain being molded by those nades. If you use nades, you can create a bit of a dip for yourself. You can kind of dig into the terrain there. So actually they're giving that solo a little bit more cover to loot his teammate up if he needs to. So we'll see how that works, but for now, OR just going to be scouting, just going to be prowling. That's the word. Prowling this hillside, looking for any opportunities they can. A lot of teams on this southeastern side, a lot of teams on the the southeastern side. My goodness me, having a hard time moving out of the compound here. Sleeks and NG Pros, these two, they are the teams that are just going for it right now.
Well, let's see what happens here as Kiddo is patiently waiting. Zone is going to pop as well, so is this going to force their hand here of sweet, or are they going to have the opportunity to kind of hold on as stage 6 hits? And of course it moves over towards that western side, so either which way they will have to move. NG Pro, beautiful setup, but can they lock it in? Right, they've been just kind of sneaking their way through this approach, trying to keep as quiet as they can. So it is looking rather hopeful for them. It's also quite hopeful here for Nepali. Right, we said they need to come back with more points. Hey, look at this, right? Made it into the top 8, so they're going to walk away with placement points and eliminations and a vehicle takedown. Absolutely exciting as they go for a full squad wipe.
Can they get it, though? That is the question. One player left standing, and yes, they can. A full squad wipe coming in from the side of Nepali here. What a play coming through. Unable to get 7 deadly sins on the other side, though. Can they make it work? They do get 1. Can they get the other 3, though? Yeah, it just confirmed that point as soon as possible. The last man standing, and no, they cannot do a 2 for 2 here. But that was impressive enough. 9 eliminations on the board, 1 placement point. That's going to get them a lot of points, double digits, putting them in there for that second game. And that is the team that got 0 points in the last game, DK. So that is definitely the team who needed those points.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll take it, right? I'll take it. That's what we wanted to see come through from Nepali Ho. And they did exactly that. They brought it to the battleground. But let's see what the rest has for us. We still got 6 teams left to settle this discussion. Who will be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner, as 7 Deadly Sins is the only team with double-digit eliminations. They still have 3 players up, but of course then we can see the L officials, the only squad with a full roster still in this fight. You could maybe say that Overrated also has it, but those health bars are starting to look a little bit troubling here. So much so, especially here for NG, as they can't hold on any longer. Out they go, their ticket getting punched. But hey, it's been a pretty good run. 8 eliminations.
It has indeed. As we, oh, nice spray there before we move over to AFL. Now this is a team that I wanted to see do well here. 7 eliminations on the board, still 3 up and running, and they've got a really decent position in zone, actually. We'll see where that zone goes. It might stay on them, it might move off, but for now they've got a really good compound, and let's see if maybe they can hold it off against Overrated.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Overrated now trying to just make sure that they have a fighting chance moving into this next phase. I think, yeah, for Alpha, the compound is going to be maybe a good opportunity, but it is going to rely quite heavily on what happens once the zone pops, as we are but a few mere seconds away. You can see Blackstorm also just trying to get that health bar fixed on up. Really dangerous position to be in, but at least for the time being, the coverage is going to work out here. But can they get it? 7 Deadly Sins also holding nice and steady. But everybody knows where they are, so I don't know how they are going to look to get out of this sticky situation, as it is Kid and Secret. But it's no secret that they will have quite the challenge at hand, as the zone just centers up on itself. Only one team essentially kind of now situated in it. L officials looking to advance forward, but it is a bare open field. So only so much hiding that you can bring in when there's not really anything to hide behind.
Yeah, it's so true, right? But this is where those cover flares come on in. You saw one in hand there for L officials. Hopefully they have more. 8 eliminations though, top 5. Really good result for them. 7 Deadly Sins though with those 11 points on the board as well. They've got a pretty good spot. Yes, it's outside of zone, but they've got a little split going on that's got that high ground. So at least they have a lot of information, right? If they have those vehicles, they can put that information to good use. But I think a lot of teams know where they are. They're really starting to spray down that area. Meanwhile, Overrated and AFL are going to finally butt heads here as the nades are pulled out, but this third party is coming through here. Spark, you're going to be taken down, and this fight might be over before it's even started.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a stressful situation here for Overrated, but we do see Blackstorm. Unfortunately, their solo can only make it so far. Out they go. Let's see if Overrated can do any better here, as they are also looking to hold steady. Oh, they get denied. Overrated out the door. Out in 4th place. The final 3 now left to lock it in. Alpha looking pretty good here. Ooh, I like the spray. Good angle. But of course, that zone is going to close up as well, right? 7 Deadly Sins still going to be holding on to the solo, but Zeus getting thundered on down. This is where things now start to get quite complicated. 7 Deadly Sins, the next one out of here. 2 squads left to settle it up. Here we go. L officials try to make it count, but they have been spotted. Now Alpha look to dominate.
And they might just do it, DK. They might just do it. The handle they've got on this from the rooftop. I mean, yes, L official have the position, they have the numbers, but the way that Alpha have been playing this is really making them second guess things, right? They're really making L have to hide a lot. They have to be very, very careful. It's forcing them to think a lot more about this, and those cover flares are coming on out on the side of AFL here, so AFL still have a good chance at this.
They definitely do. I mean, looking at this setup here, they have zone. They've got all the position they need. They've got the team members. They've got the probability working in their favor as well. So if AFL is going to look to take this chicken dinner from them, they are going to have to work really, really hard and hope that they get absolutely blessed while going through this push. But you got to give it up to Alpha though, right? Pretty good doubling down on their efforts, like the way that they've stepped it up. You got to give an even bigger shout out going out to L officials, right? 3 eliminations in the previous game. This time round, sitting in the top 2 with 12. Got to be looking to make that 15, as some pretty locked on sprays here. Zeus, you know, going in with vengeance here.
He really, really is. Let's see now. He's on the front lines. Can his teammates help him in any sort of way, as the zone is going to push both of them in? Okay, now this does change things. It puts things on a little bit more of an even playing field. Zeus does go on down. Deku up next. It's still a 3v1. Okay, Hyuk is going to be really feeling that, and that is going to be the end of them. L officials gonna be your second winners of Rondo. What a game coming in from them. Some really good, aggressive PUBG Mobile.
The ego lifters, right? Lifting that winner chicken dinner all the way to the top, making it official and just elevating themselves to victory. I love it, right? Absolutely fantastic showing. Oh, love to see where these points are gonna come to, but you know, we gotta give them some mad respect. Love to see all the aggression that they brought out onto this battlefield. But you know what? When you've got the numbers, it kind of just seems to work out, right? That's usually the thing that we see, especially coming into this late few stages. If a team rolls up with a full squad, there's a very tough a very low opportunity or low chance for the opposing side to get the better of them, right? They've just got so many angles covered up. So yeah, bad respect going out to the L officials, the ego lifters. And you know, that training paying off here. Love to see it.
Really, really nice stuff. Yeah, I can't wait to see as we go into the Miramar coming up next, how L officials are going to be, you know, bouncing after that last game, right? How they're going to use that momentum. Are they going to slow right down? Are they going to go super crazy? Because remember, there's no recalls in Miramar or in Erangel. So you've got to really switch up your strategy when it comes to these more classic maps. And with both of these teams, both previous winners here, I'm really interested to see how they're going to do.
Yeah, well, we'll get into those points very, very soon to see exactly what that situation is. See, it does the L officials just showing us that leg day is a required day, right? You have to go in there,
yes,
do those squats, do those deadlifts, and of course you can deadlift your way all the way to the end of the game. Walk away with a winner chicken dinner, because chicken works, right? It helps, especially in the gym. You know, as Nep would know, she's a pro in that regard.
Yes.
But either which way, we are going to be waiting to see those points. Just look at that. Ah, almost.
So
almost,
much.
right? Yeah, that shirt almost ripped right there on the sleeve in. So you got to be careful with those guns, though. Speaking of which, we are going to be hopping into the points to see what that team stat breakdown is. Of course, what the match standings are, as well as who our MVP for this game is, because I don't think in comparison to the previous match that we will have as many takers this time around. But here we go, the team that lifted all that weight to the very end. It is going to be Zandu picking up those 6 eliminations alongside the rest of the team, but the damage numbers are there as well, right? 800, 500, 600. They've just been an absolute menace out on the battlefield.
Yeah, they sure have, and I really love to see that. They're the ones, remember that I said they were looking to do that third party outside of zone, but instead they just waited. They waited inside zone. They waited for that cleanup, and they did it flawlessly. So, very excited to see strategically how this team is going to evolve as we go over the matches, because clearly they can do what they need to do on Rondo. Can they do it again on Miramar, on Erangel? Tomorrow, even the day after, right? 3 days. It doesn't stop with just 2 good games here. It means also that you gotta keep going forward as we go over to the match standings. You can see they garnered 25 points for themselves, creating a pretty big lead against 7 Deadly Sins there as the leaderboard goes on down. Of course, these are just the match standings. These are not the total standings on that leaderboard, but I think L officials, they should be very, very happy with themselves.
Yeah, they definitely can be quite happy with themselves. 25 points is going to bode exceptionally well with regards to those overalls. But let's see who, or rather what, the rest of the teams were able to bring on in. Liquid also, you know, kind of keeping things flowing here. Also picking up their 6 eliminations there alongside no placement points. Resilience, I was very surprised to see them go out as early as they did, right? I was very, very hopeful to see a potential repeat of the first game coming in, at least on their end. I mean, still 9 eliminations. It's really a good showing. It's only half of what they got in the previous game, so you know.
Yeah, disappointing, really. Disappointing.
Oh.
Yeah, but AFL actually as well, also for Legends. Really like what we saw from them there. 15 points on the board after a decent win. Oh no, not decent win. A decent position, a decent game in the first game, coming in with another 15 points. That's a really good sign to see from them. Olympo Esports gonna be our bottom place team for this match. 1 point going their way, better than 0, but it is still 1 point, and we should see that reflected in the leaderboards as we head over to our MVP. And of course it is going to be Sandu. Of course it is. 8 eliminations coming on through there. Nearly 800 damage. So GG, that's going to be our MVP for Rondo number 2.
Yeah, Rondo number 2. There we have it. Some hard work being brought through here. A little bit of that bump. No, just, you know, all the adrenaline just rushing through their veins. But let's see whether or not they can keep the momentum going. Can they control the adrenaline to take us into the following games? Of course, a quick look at the match recap here in case you missed it. You You can see some pretty crazy distances being covered there as well. It is Rondo, so the teams have to get their butts all the way into the safe area. 9 utilities, well, 9 grenades getting used, no mollies, 19 smokes, 13 smokes, 28 smokes. Where did they find all of those?
Okay, I need to know, does this include the smoke grenade? Because...
Yeah, it's there. It's the third one. Yeah, 28.
Yeah, but it's...
Alpha 4.
Sorry,
Legends.
no, not the smoke grenade. Sorry, the smoke launcher. The MM something. Because there's no way you have 28 individual smoke grenades. It's got to be using the launcher as well. That is insane. But we look over at our official leaderboards, and of course it's going to be Resilience at the top of that leaderboard with 37 points. But L officials with that final game really coming in and only now closing that gap to 11, or no, rather the other way around, 9 points.
Ooh. Yep, I mean, I like where it's going, right? Definitely looking to keep the pressure up here as the L officials, as you said, right, trying to keep themselves quite contentious. You got to give it up to Alpha as well, right? AFL, 27 points going their way. But as we look across the board, it is still very, very movable, right? Some of the numbers are looking quite interesting for our squads, but we'll see whether or not they can get that ball going. I think the one for 0 is supposed to be 20, but we'll just imagine that's a 20 that we see there, right, or something like that. I don't know, but that's what the math tells me, right? 15 plus 5 equals on to 20. So some interesting things across the board here. I'm not just guessing, right? I actually did math. I promise you I did.
Yeah.
So, but there we have it. After the 2 games, this is where we have it. And as we know, there's 6 games across 3 days. So yeah, 18 matches. That is going to amount to quite a hefty dose of points coming through. But the big thing is, will the teams that have been able to kind of assert some dominance here today, can they keep that going, right? Because as you've said, and rightly so, Miramar, Erangel, they won't have that same opportunity to go as crazy as they did at Rondo because the recall feature is not there. But will they have the tactics to kind of back up the approaches, you know, that we've seen here? Can they bring that forward onto the desert and keep the flow going? Or is this now the opportunity for teams that really enjoy playing on Miramar to step up and say, you know what, move aside, it's time for us to take that pole position?
It could go either way. I'm hoping we see a lot more snipers coming in here. I'm expecting much slower gameplay, probably not that many hot drops. Maybe teams sharing locations like Los Leones, but we should see, hopefully, some good stuff coming through here.
Yeah, of course. Speaking about good stuff coming through here, we're going to be hopping straight into Miramar, right?
Ooh.
I mean, that plane has been refueled and ready to go quite a while ago, right? Because it's Rondo, right? There was 2. Now they only needed to use 1, so boom, there we go. And so we'll be hopping into that very soon to see exactly where the teams are going to be going, what that zone and everything else is going to be bringing on in. For the time being, we are going to be starting on the western side. As you can see, the glorious Miramar ahead of us. Looking at the flight path here, I am assuming, based on prior knowledge, that we are most likely up north.
I would say so. The Hacienda del Patron is just being crossed there by our plane path. And we're going to be looking over at 7 Deadly Sins who have not yet, there we go, just about to go on down. Are we seeing any hot drops? So that is the big question for me. So far, no. It looks like maybe 2 teams going to Pecado, but we'll see. Meanwhile, everybody else is pretty spread out here. Maybe Monte Nuevo has a little bit of action coming through here, or maybe they've just not gotten to their spots yet a little bit. Oh, DK. Okay. PUBG Mobile. They've got some... The zone has so many ideas that are not in the team's favor. Look at this. Another zone which is not in the favor of hardly anybody. It's going straight up to the north. Rarely do we get a military trade. What is it called up there? The training grounds up at the very, very top. Very unusual to get that zone.
Campo Militar.
That's the one.
That's the place.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. It sounds almost exactly like training grounds. I see where you got that
Right?
How you got the two confused, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, it's very similar. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Super.
it's also exciting to see Oasis being in there. I mean, I've been begging for so long. I just want to see Oasis come through. But what we are witnessing is a little bit of a teammate on teammate molly action coming through, as well. Olympo did send that utility off in the wrong direction, so they are now down to a 3-piece. But sweet. I'm pretty sure that's not how their name is pronounced, but hey,
No.
that's the only way that I know. So let's see whether or not they can look to reclaim a little bit of territory. As we know, they are starting off all the way in 15th position. 5 points to their name, 1 elimination up so far. Can they get more? Can Siri and Hector, as well as Charlie EXE, look to execute that strategy and just go for gold?
Well, either way, they're going to want to finish this up fast. Unlike Rondo, you don't want to be waiting around in the blue zone on Miramar. They've got nearly 1,700 meters to go. 45 seconds until the zone starts in, albeit slowly. But yeah, that's a lot more pressure now on this Miramar for these teams than there used to be. Luis is dragged one down to his knees. What about the other one? Let's see. Luis down to 1 HP. Belk now needs to step up, defend his teammate. It's a 1v2 going down here. Luis is, though, back up and running, and it's now back up to a 2v2. But it's fights like this where it's going to be very difficult for anybody to really come out on top here. These early fights on Miramar just aren't it a lot of the time. Especially on a place like Monte Nuevo. You see it in Chumacera as well, where it doesn't help anybody. You just get stuck. But hopefully these teams, one of them will come out on top without any more casualties, and they'll be able to get into that zone ASAP.
Yeah. We'll see whether or not ASAP is going to be the approach here. Both sides, though, down to a duo. Right? So Hector and Siri up against Luis and Belk. But let's see whether or not they can get... They just need another player called Kenny, right?
Yes.
Because then they've got the balcony happening over there. Right, I'm not quite sure if that is a good strategy to use. But hey, that's definitely what Olympo is doing here as Hector hops back on in. Are we going to have the show? Monte Nuevo. Come on, come on. Who's going to get it? I mean, this is a golden opportunity here for Six to get some points in. Right, already we've been seeing them bring in quite a bit of that. But can they continue with the momentum? I mean, Olympo also not going to shy away from points themselves. But I hope for Suix here that this is the opportunity for them to get a little bit higher up on those rankings. Here we go. Olympo. Oh, what's the play going to be? For the time being, we're playing a serious game of hide and seek, right? They're going to try and keep as quiet as they can. But hopefully Miramar won't allow too much of that. And we don't have any other teams in the immediate area to kind of force them to do something. But this is kind of to be expected, right? Monte Nuevo usually brings this to the forefront.
It really does. For some reason, it's just this, it really attracts this kind of gameplay, unfortunately, for these teams, right? There's not much you can do about it. If you're gonna have a fight here, generally it's gonna end up like this. No one can really leave. They've got 3 minutes until that zone closes, so they have a little bit of time, but I'm seeing a lot of level 1 helmets. I'm not seeing a lot of ammo. I'm not seeing any vests for Hector, actually. So this is where things get tricky. They've not even looted up the way they need to. Oh my goodness me, but that just might be what they need. Belk now, Luis, they need to go through. Siri goes on down. Olympo need to... Well, it's just Hector left. It's not even Olympo anymore. It's just Hector. He's got to do something. 1v2, staying very, very quiet right now. Belk gonna just try and boost on up, make him heal a little faster, negate any damage he takes right now, because he's about to push DK.
Oh, so he can get the job done. And I mean, what's surprising is that this is the pinnacle of the action that we have right now, right? This is it. Like we're looking at it right here. So who's going to be the one? Will Olympo survive this? The rest of the teams, though, working hard on those rotations. But Monte Nuevo about to get hit by that blue as well. That blue storm just kicking up some dust as it moves on forward. Suix now doing everything they can. But they don't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position. That spray is coming in, so it is going to start to force some kind of a play here, right? Blue adding to the pressure here. Come on, Suix, you can do it.
Oh, cheeky. Oh, and there we go. That's it. Belk using a fantastic, nasty angle to switch houses, get up onto that windowsill, and take them out. That's exactly what Sui needed, and they're going to be moving on out now, running, sprinting for those vehicles. Speaking of vehicles, Resilience now under fire, or rather putting Nepal under fire here. That team, they're going to be trying to get out of Dodge as soon as possible. I think that was a very innocent mistake, but it is going to cost them how many players? Just the one, but it is going to cost them one player, unfortunately. Their Resilience grabbing their second elimination of the game. Just big chillin' over here in zone.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what you got to do, right? Just kind of brace yourself for impact. Wait to see what is going to be hitting up next. But now, the team's venturing into somewhat unknown territory, right? Rotating all the way into that northern approach. I just so wish that we could see an Oasis zone come through, please. Whoever is the big decider of the zone, take us there, as Zyro is now going to be losing quite a bit of health, and it's not looking good for them. Same on the side of Entity, can't be said, because they've already securely rotated just onto the edge of zone. Not going to be dipping into it just yet, right? Meanwhile, Nepali now coming under a little bit of fire here as Hope looks to extend that reach. Interesting rotational choices they're making here. Not quite sure what the play is, but they're definitely going for something. That I know.
They are indeed. Yeah, just really just taking their time. I mean, they have time, right? This is where they can actually have a little bit of a moment to themselves. Just try and get as much info as possible here. So let's see what they're going to use with that. I really love the way that they're spreading out here. Just trying to get as much information as possible. Moving back and forth. Resilience now under fire. Here we go. And it's going to be NG Pros taking out this team one by one, DK. My goodness, 3 eliminations. Can they make it a 4th?
Yeah, I mean, well, they can, but is Resilience going to allow this to happen? They are down to a solo, so they don't really have too much of a say in the matter. But NG Pros, right, they are pretty much on the money on that one. Love the aggression, though. Quite a bit of an upset for the hopes of Resilience. But let's see what will happen here as Silence also starts to move on forward. As we know, they are right within that top 8. So this is, at least for the time being, a relatively decent position to be in. That feed, of course, going absolutely crazy as Nepali just gets absolutely battered. Shots coming in from all directions. Tierra Bronca is where we'll find Nucleotide for the time being. Daxi, yeah, there we go. Getting the upgrade, right? You can't really go for a burning vehicle. It's not going to work, right? It's not a safe way to get that rotation moved on through. Up comes 7, also just on the edges of El Azahar. And again, so much climbing. And I think that's the thing about Miramar that is sometimes not necessarily realized is you got to be so careful with how long you wait to rotate up, because if you wait too long, you are going to be finding yourself in a very uncomfortable position. It is sometimes quite dangerous. The blue will just absolutely devour you. I feel almost like the blue on Miramar is more dangerous than on any other map. Speaking of which, here we go. Blue zone closing in, team in trouble in Cruz del Valle.
Oh, that's an interesting final zone. Very interesting indeed. Ooh, bet on down there. That'd be another one to fall, and 7 deadly sins, no eliminations. That's to be expected at this stage in the game on a Miramar, but down 2 already. That's going to be rough. I don't know if they can really get their teammates back up, not with L officials moving in the way they are. Benny does go on down. That's a bit too much and they're coming through, but the off angle here could be very good from Secret. Let's see if he's able to defend his team properly. I don't know, DK, L officials, they really are feeling themselves on this one. After that last win, they have the momentum to go. The nade is a little too much, though. It's just too much in every way. So that's going to allow Seven Deadly Sins to move on out, and that's going to be them out. A really nice, really nice retrieval there of their teammate. And L officials, they're going to have to be happy with just 1 point.
Yeah, sometimes that is all you can do. 7 Deadly Sin now still having to catch up to the zone. Still a hefty, long way to go, just under a kilometer to travel. And I mean, the longer they take to get there, the worse the damage from the zone becomes, as Resilience now experiences that firsthand. Out they go in 15th. That is a very odd thing that we see happening here. But is it really that strange? Because they went out in 15th in the previous match as well. So I see a bit of a pattern there, and it's not a good one, right? They're going to have to do something to fix that, right? They need to survive a little bit longer. They need to have a little bit more, well, resilience.
They do indeed. They gotta patch that up somehow, one way or another. Moving into zone, though, away from the chaos of what's happening here. Goodness me, we saw that DSR being used. No, that's not the DSR. That's that new weapon. It's the new sniper that is basically a DMR. It's insane. It's a DMR with sniper damage. Kind of crazy. Love to see it being used here. But we move over to Team Entity now. L officials. Oh, he's on his own. Not gonna happen. Daku gonna have to go on down. He cannot withstand the psychotic behavior of that shotgun. And that's gonna be an easy clap.
Indeed it was. Of course, that new weapon that you're referring to, it almost sounds like an M8, right? Almost.
That's right. Yeah, almost.
But maybe not quite.
Maybe
Who
not.
knows? Yeah, Entity are going to be holding on the side for the time being. We jump over to Liquid and 0 impact. But hopefully they'll be able to make a big impact here as the nades now get launched across the way. They did get the knock, but the quick res has been secured. G Pro is also there on the edge of zone, trying to lock up that southeastern side. So many teams all just playing for zone positioning. But who's going to be the main gatekeepers here? Kiddo just getting hit. Entity keeping it nice and aggressive, as there is no easy way to push out of this. Ooh, Killer though not going to be backing down, as they do get a shot over onto Psycho, but it wasn't too crazy of a hit, right? So there's still a bit of an opportunity for Entity to keep on rolling as the shots now start to light up the feed yet again. Here we jump to Overrated, but the pressure is on. Who's going to get it though? They have to get away from that blue zone closure, even though it's quite tempting to go and try and get those confirmations. They're going to have to try and do it from, I would say, just the edge of zone.
Edge of zone might be the play here as Abyss goes on out to a mini. The disrespect. I love the mini, though. The mini is one of my favorite weapons in the game just because of how versatile it is, and you're seeing it come to light in this game. Suix as well, they're going to go on down. That's going to be them in 13th position for this game, as that zone has shifted down to the south side, so very firmly Cruz de Valle, and you do see the NG Pros have full control of that mountain, so they've actually put themselves in a really good position for that final zone, for that end game. Love to see that. We'll see these teams move on in bit by bit here, but so far this is a pretty decent game from all players.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty decent, pretty standard Miramar, right? They all drop, they run, they pew, they drive around a bit, they crash into things. Pretty standard, but who's going to look to up the ante, right? Will we see NG now look to capitalize on the edge? They have quite a bit of a gatekeeping opportunity and quite a bit of a pressuring position here, especially onto the side of Team Entity. Can Blinky now take us into that? We are yet to see Blinky secure some eliminations. We've got to watch out. We did see another team off in the distance, so if you extend too far, ooh, you're going to make yourself pretty visible here. But so far, it's working out, right? Blinky got the knock. Can he get the confirmation, though, that that nade, if it was well placed and it had the legs on it, it could definitely have caused quite a bit of an upset there for the side of Entity.
Could it have? Yes, indeed. But the NG Pros, I am preferring their split right now. They've got 3 different angles onto Team Entity, and Team Entity are on the low ground. They're kind of cooped up in one position here, and while the smokes and while a little bit of cover might be doing them some good, they're on the wrong side of zone right now. They are inside, but just not able to get further in. So right now, it is going to be the NG Pros that have all the control and all the power here in this fight.
Well, power is a good thing to have at this point. Let's see, can they capitalize on the opportunity? I mean, NG, right, doing their due diligence, trying to ensure that there's no surprises coming their way anytime soon. As we do say goodbye to yet another squad, that of course being the team from Nepal. Out they go. Here we are though. Blue zone is going to close up, so Entity needs to do something. I like the setup going through from Kiddo and Blinky here. Looking very, very cheeky. Oh, Blinky pops in the hits. Good distraction. This opens up the angle now for Kiddo to come pushing on forward. But Hope is keeping a very close eye on that angle. Now that they're falling back into the dip, this is that opportunity for NG Pro to come pushing in, right, to get right into the position they need to be in, to just leverage everything against the side here of Entity. But Entity, they are no strangers to facing a little bit of an uphill battle. As you can see them just hugging each and every reach that they can find. But soon we'll find out whether or not that will be enough, right? Because they got to do something. That zone is going to push them forward yet again.
It is, and pretty soon as well. Here we go. The 16, or rather 12 seconds left on that clock, and before it starts moving in, it's going to be moving in pretty fast now. Stage 5, that damage is going to be a lot more as well. Teams are close by. They're not insanely outside of zone, but there's a lot of teams gatekeeping now. A lot of teams wanting to make sure no one gets past them. And right now, AFL under fire. The vehicle not moving fast enough, gets stuck on a rock there. Now it's SIL. It's gonna be Silence. Oh, to be moving on through it. ICT gonna be taken on out. It's Silence Esports now out with. It's just a combination of the zone, third party, the direct fight they were having just there. That's really a shame. They're going to be taken out there. Just a lot of different factors making it too hot to handle. And that's going to be the NG Pros now as we move over to them. Blinky going on down, 3 left up as they take this fight with Entity.
Yep, you know, Entity, they might not have been doing pretty aggressive things so far, but they show that they have some tactics at hand here. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to develop for both NG Pro and, of course, Team Entity. A lot of utilities are getting exchanged across the way. Killer not quite seeing those utils, so could definitely look to run into a few grenades. Oh, but here we go. Killer now lets it loose. Finds quite a bit of damage, but is it going to be enough? They do convert an elimination. It's actually Nucleotide that is stealing the eliminations from them. Oh, cheeky stuff happening on this battlefield. But now, out comes Kiddo. Tries to play the angle. Is he going to be able to get it? Not having the position that he wanted here. Still also needs to get into the zone, so can't really look to capitalize or rather extend his stay over in that little shack. They need to make the push, right? And this is where I want to see the rest of NG Pro really go for that northern angle. I mean, Blinky already looking to do that, but you need the numbers. You need the positions there. You need the angles covered. Let's see whether or not that will pan out for them. In the meantime, we jump back over on towards that western side. We do see Overrated now pushing and advancing onto the side of Liquid. Zero impact. They just big old chilling, you know, just holding onto their compound. Not going to be doing much. Secret and the rest of 7 Deadly Sins also keeping themselves nice and hidden. But Karma, well, gets what the name suggests, right? A little bit of that pressure now getting responded across the way. Overrated down to a solo. 2 eliminations is all they've been able to find so far in this game. But can they get more? Or is this going to be the end of the road for them?
Oh, so far it's looking like it might be the end of the road. Oh, and that zone does the dirtiest thing it could do. I was just thinking about, oh, look, like, you know, nobody's in the middle of the zone. And PUBG Mobile, the zone heard my thoughts and they went, let's make sure that they all have to go into the middle of the zone. Everybody was happy on the road or in town. Everybody was happy on the mountain. But no, we have to go out into the open fields. There's one little ridge that's not got enough cover, especially with NG up onto the top of that mountain there to the south side. This is going to be where the chaos starts now, DK, because everybody's got to move on through. Everybody has a lot of opinions about very little space.
Yeah, and I mean, Zero Impact, they're going to have their hands absolutely full here as Sixth Sense now is going to try and use all their senses to predict where these teams are going to look to rotate. It's going to be 7 Deadly Sins rushing forward. They're pulling up on Liquid, so it's going to be a bit of that chain fighting now starting to erupt. Also overrated. Yeah, getting absolutely obliterated. Out they go, 9th place. It is a very tough run, but of course they tried what they could. And it is still a very contested Western front here. 7 Deadly Sins also now getting a little bit of that holy water sprinkled on top. Let's see, can they live up to that? Can they hold steady? Because Liquid just keep on flowing here.
They sure do. Some really good stuff coming in from them. I do see on the north side, though, there are teams that are trying to move on through 7 Deadly Sins as well. Trying to get that wraparound, which actually he does. Which one is that? Just getting the wraparound, getting the upper hand here. And Liquid now starting to be the team that gets surrounded, that gets perhaps taken out a little bit earlier than they would like. Sam is down. Zero Impact, though, still holding out strong in these vehicles. If the vehicle was a house, then yes. Or a house was a vehicle, then yes. But in these houses, we're seeing some you've got to just prone at that point. You've got to just keep chill. Yeah,
I mean, houses with wheels, they're called RVs, but we don't have any of those in the game, right? So that'd be an interesting thing to see come through. You could maybe go for the BRDM, right? Closest thing you can get to an RV. But speaking of RVs, Nuke is going to need something else to hide behind, as once that smoke dissipates, that is going to open him up to a world of pain, especially coming through from that southern side. I mean, as long we don't even have to wait for that, right? The Neko is going to come rushing straight on in. Just one cheeky peek out that window, and that could be of Nuke. So Nuke is going to take a nap very soon. Yep, there we go. Vineco does exactly that. Now it is the opportunity for the rest of the players here from Entity to still continue their fight here with the NG Pros, right? Neither team has really gained much territory here, but there we have it. Gidor pops it across the way, opens up that can of worms, and now is the opportunity for NG Pro to just full send it, but instead it is going to be Hope that looks to restore a little bit of the order here. So come through with cheeky respond. Ace, Psycho, pretty low on health. Psycho is bleeding out. Ace is bleeding out as well. So everything is literally riding on Hope here. Let's see whether or not they can keep the pressure up here.
I'm a little bit worried about what we're seeing from NTX there onto that western side. Wait a second. Hope goes on down, and that's going to be it. Entity taken out. Never mind. NTX don't even get an opportunity to be a pain in the side of Entity because they're already gone, and now you're seeing the NG Pros start to look at everybody else. They have the advantage here. They have the power. 8 eliminations on the board right now. The most out of anybody still alive here in this game. They've got that high ground as well. They've got the information. They are looking very good, DK, to be the winners of this match.
Yeah, it's definitely looking quite hopeful, but of course that all can change in a moment. Now it is going to be Zero Impact, 6th Sense, the last one left to try and hold it all together. Very tough angle to try and play out of here, but up comes Liquid. The exchange is there. 6th Sense is down. Zyro is going to be the last one for the team. But is he going to take a different approach, or will he also fall to the wayside? We do say goodbye to Nucleotide, our next team out of here. Slowly, the teams are starting to feel the pressure. It is all just building up. But Nucleotide, at least, though, managing to pick up those 5 eliminations. So it's not the worst day at the office for them. And they also capitalize on a few placement points. But now the final 5 left to try and make the most out of a somewhat challenging zone to play through, right? There's a little bit of a hill, a little bit of a valley, and a little bit of pressure that is about to roll on into Lux here. As Dai and the rest of AFL now just full sends it with the aggression.
They do indeed. That buggy does not offer any real cover, unfortunately. So that's going to be NG Pros taken down to 3. They got to be careful now that doesn't upset their momentum, doesn't upset their balance. Because they've been looking so good up to now. Losing one should not mean death here. Zero Impact are going to go on out here. AFL now the next to fall down to 2 as Black Storm, they've moved in, taking advantage of the shots that they were hearing to move into zone. They're just outside of it right now. That's as far as they could get without being seen. And they're just going to heal up, med up, and get ready for that next push as NG Pros, rather, 3. They're up as 3. Blackstorm up as 3. So, okay, so it's a 2v2, v3, v3. That's what we've got going on here. By the looks of the mini-map, it looks like NG Pros are a much bigger team than they are right now.
Yep, their presence, right, the aura just kind of, you know, spilling over all across that mini-map. But speaking about the probability, though, Blackstorm, they have the odds stacked in their favor, right? 33.6% chance of taking the dub here, as they are just laying into the side here of Liquid. But NG Pros, they can also look to bring in a little bit of opposition there as we do say goodbye to Liquid. The next team getting flushed away. Oh, Alpha, get out of that blue. That is not where you want to be. So far, Alpha doing a pretty good job, though. 9 eliminations up. I like this consistency that we've been seeing from Alpha, right? Match 1, match 2, match 3. Again, coming so far with those eliminations. And this could be that exact kind of consistency that we need to look at. The numbers, of course, now continuing to shift here as it tilts over in the direction of the NG Pros. Alpha and Blackstorm now slipping down a little bit, right? Those health bars definitely is going to be a big, or rather play a big role in the success for these teams, especially with us now hitting stage number 9. This means only closure from here. It's only going to be break. Got less than 4 seconds left to do that.
Oh my goodness, where has the time gone? Quite literally, there we go. This is going to be the final spray. Killer is the first to go down. Great shots from Hyuk there. Great momentum, but it's not going to be enough. Alpha go down. That's going to be 3rd place for them. Now it's up to Blackstorm, the 3v2. Take advantage of that knock. There you go. Kid taken down to half health as well, but Blinky gets rid of 2. That's going to be making it down to a 2v1, and the immediate push is there. Coming on through, trying to get that information, trying to get some shots fired so they get that information. And that's going to be now, oh, easy peasy, done, lemon squeezy. NG Pros are going to be the winners of the Miramar. The first Miramar of the day, the 3rd game of the day. Love to see it. I saw that position. I was like, yeah, there's no way they lose this.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta commend them for their efforts, right? That's why they have the pro at the end of their name.
Yeah, right?
Absolutely exciting stuff that we see all coming through here. A slightly different pacing across the board, right? It's, of course, a different map, so the teams are going to approach it quite differently. But I'd really like to see them kind of pick up a similar approach to what we had over on Rondo, right? Miramar, the teams have the power to decide kind of how the play is going to happen, right? What that flow is and how they're going to get themselves situated. So I want to see them bring back that aggression, right? Yes, I know you don't have recalls, but we did still see teams backing in some immense elimination numbers here. So keep the strategy up, keep the angles up, keep pushing up the angles, right? Because what confused me quite a bit was what we saw there from NG Pro over on the edge, right? Kind of just toying with Team Entity for quite a while, right? Had they kind of developed that a little bit sooner, they might have had even more to play with. But speaking about which, here we go, taking a look at their breakdown. Kiddo is going to be walking away with 3 eliminations, Blinky with 4, but Killer staying true to his name, picking up 6 eliminations and 827 damage. So quite a bit of damage that they've been dealing out here. I mean, they've been quite active across the board. We did see that, and I think a majority of that damage came through from that altercation between them and Team Entity over on that southeastern side of the zone.
Yeah, I really like how they played this. They definitely seem to like that slower game style. You know, Miramar might be their map. We don't know yet, right? So definitely something to look towards as we head into another Miramar and into the coming days Miramar as well. I think we'll see a lot from them, and I really want to pick apart their strategy because it is interesting to me. As we see, they've garnered 22 points in that game, a big lead against Alpha for Legends here with 14. So there's quite the jump when it comes to points for match number 3.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of a jump, but, you know, I like that coming through for the side here of the NG Pros. I mean, if we look back at what they've done in previous games, the match before this, they had 11 points, right? Now, they have double that. They came out of this with 22 points, so a very good day at the office indeed. But of course, all the teams are going to continue to try and apply as much as they can onto this battlefield. Even though Suix went out quite early, we also still saw them picking up those 4 eliminations. But taking a look at the rest of the board, we do see Nepali rather, and Abyss both getting sent back empty-handed. No points for them in this game. Officials also, you know, slipping in the sand somewhere along the way. Not quite sure what happened over there. Hopefully they can put on some tougher tires as they come into our next game. Silence also picking up that 1 point along the way. Seven Deadly Sins also only walking away with 2 points. So yeah, a very, very interesting turn of events from what we've seen so far. But that's kind of to be expected hopping into that first changeover, right? The teams got really accustomed to playing Rondo. Now we've thrown them in the sand. Let's see, can they patch that up and do an even better job coming into the next game? So the not so good games, that's what their name stands for, right? But Kiddo definitely is so good, as he picked up 8 eliminations and a hefty amount of damage to back that up as well. It looks almost exactly the same as our former MVP that we saw, right? Also just falling 2 points shy of hitting 800.
It does look similar indeed, and that's just going to show you the consistency of all our teams across the board here. No one is really falling behind just yet. Everybody's having their moment in the spotlight. Really nice to see as we look at the ranking for our MVPs, and Kiddo soaring to that #1 spot there. 13 eliminations total across 3 maps now. So that's a really, really good lead for him.
Yeah, like these numbers, that is pretty decent. I'm assuming that's the average damage, right? Because that can't be the cumulative amount. 249? That's not a lot. Right? To get 13 eliminations out of 249 damage, Kiddo has to be a wizard. Right, I'm telling you, he has to be a wizard, Harry. But yeah, pretty good to see these numbers being brought on here. Pretty good averages. I mean, look at Malgradio, right? Criado. Yeah.
Yes.
Malcriado.
Yeah.
Alcriado, whichever. Right? Yeah, I'll eventually get it right. 933 average. So that's pretty high.
That's huge.
That number's big. It's much bigger than 183.
That is correct. You know what? It's even bigger than 138. So that is correct. You're so right. But I think that's just resilience. Being resilient across those 2 rondos. I think that's where we're seeing the majority of that average damage come from, because they weren't really all here in that Miramar game. But we're going into a Miramar #2, game #4. These teams should be ready, warmed up, good to go for this game. I want to see some more action coming in from them.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Resilience get the chicken. We've seen the NG Pros. I already forgot what the whole name stands for, right? I'll just go with NG. As we know, they've been doing some pretty good things, but of course, we are going to hop into a break before we return for the second half of today's action. So stay tuned. salmon to the beats while we get ready for our next match. Of course, the first 3 done and dusted, right? We've had our 2 Rondos. We've had our first Miramar. Now we're going to be hopping into our last Miramar for the day, right? As we only have 2. That's it. It sounds so extreme, but that is kind of just the way it goes. And I'm curious to see what is going to be happening here as the teams will have their last opportunity to showcase what they can do in the desert. I gotta say though, for the NG Pros, it was a pretty good run, right? That last match not only awarded them the winner chicken dinner, but they also climbed up so many points with regards to where they found themselves, right? As you can see, now our team's sitting right here. So the NG Pros, they've moved up a grand total of 5 positions, right? All the way into that 3rd place. So absolutely exciting. Alpha Legends, they are going to be holding strong and steady up in pole position with 41 points. So a very nice day. And of course, they're doing so without having a chicken dinner to brag about. Well, not yet. Maybe they could look to change that up as we get into those next few stages. But of course, as we look at the rest of the breakdown here, we've got 7 Deadly Sins right there alongside them, as well as the players coming through from Blackstorm and, of course, Zero Impact as well. So some pretty exciting things. 7 Deadly Sins sitting on a glorious 27 points. That 7 looks a bit funny, but trust me, that is indeed a 7. If you just tilt your head a little bit sideways, I'm not quite sure which way, but then you'll see the 7 there. If we look at the rest of the board, Abyss though, yeah, their points I think is in an abyss for the time being, right?
Yes.
I want to see them get those points coming into the next game, right? The final Miramar for the day, I want to see them double down on it. I want to see them just gobble up points everywhere and anywhere they can find them. Because as we know, right, today is a day, yes, but whatever you can accomplish today will make tomorrow and the day thereafter just so much easier, right? Less stress, less pressure, and you can focus more on the tactics to try and ensure that you get good points. So that is what the teams are going to be looking to play for. As we know, only a few teams qualify into that next phase, so the pressure is pretty high. Speaking of which though, we are going to start high as well, right? We're in the plane, getting ready to drop down, get into the desert, look to see where the teams are going to get themselves situated. But Nip, this is where I ask you the big question.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to step it up into this next match? Do you think we're going to see Alpha Legends get their winner chicken dinner? Could it maybe be Team Entity to do it? Or could it be see Resilience or L Officials come back with another chicken?
I think it's going to be 7 Deadly Sins. I think they've been playing very well. It's their turn. What about you?
Okay. All right. Well, if I have to go on what I know, which is not much, but let's go on what I know about things, right? Numbers add up, so I would say, based on what we've seen so far, I'm expecting a very consistent kind of performance coming through from anyone in the top 3. I'll put my vote on Alpha Legends. I want to see them get a winner with a chicken dinner, right? They've got 14 points in the last match, so it shows that they have a pretty good idea as to how to play Miramar. So I want to see them push that to the extreme, right? Not just be the Alpha Legends, but to be the epic, super duper mega mastic, whatever, pick a name, I don't know, something. We'll find out soon. But in the meantime, I'll stop yapping as we are heading into our final Miramar for day number 1.
You can't stop yapping, DK. That's what we're here for. Don't stop yapping.
No, just that part, right? Because otherwise it was going to go somewhere. I don't know where, but it was definitely going to go somewhere.
It was going to go places, everybody. You don't want to know. But yes, we're going to be moving over onto the Miramar side of things as we see a much bigger group up of teams, actually. Probably everybody's going to different spots, but, you know, when everybody's jumping out of the plane at the same time, it kind of goes, ooh, hot drop. But no, I think everybody's going to be taking their time with this one as they were in the last one. At least there's no repeat of the Monte Nuevo debacle, right? So that's going to be nice. We see Team Entity moving in, going to be grabbing that vehicle, going to those vehicle spawns. Yeah, I really do like that we're not seeing the Monte Nuevo repeat. That tells me either that was a hot drop on purpose and they've decided not to go for it, or that was accidental and they've made sure that they avoid it the next time, which I appreciate on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say that it was planned, right? But yeah, we'll see pretty soon what is going to happen here as we are going to be moving into another intentional drop, right? Right here on the crater. As you can see, Abyss now moving their way on through. Come on, Abyss, show us what you've got. You've got MR5, you've got Mamba, and a few others in that squad. So, come on. We know you can do it. Speaking of which, though, Silence Esports also just behind Resilience, right? So if you say Silence in a funny way, it almost sounds like Resilience, right?
Yes.
So a nice bit of a back and forth here coming through from Duggars, as they are going to try and come through with a bit of a rush. Not quite sure if there's any loot left in that building. No, Fernandes is now left to just try and outmaneuver the sprays and utilize the living goodness out of the terrain to stay out of harm's way.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah, not the start that they want at all. This is a really hard position to go into. I don't know if they were trying to get to Picado and thought the better of it, but that crater has one building that has no loot in it and maybe a car if you're lucky. Oh, ooh, wait, speaking of cars, really trying to hunt them down, but it's very difficult to hunt teams down when you're flipping in a vehicle, all four of you in one vehicle that's currently turning over and doing cartwheels. So, you know, just trying to keep things on hard mode, it seems, as we see, ooh, Dealer about to deal some damage with that DSR. Oh, wait, hang on. No, forget the DSR. No one cares about the DSR. Dagas is down. It looks like RTP might get one as well. Medan is going to go on down as Nicro is here, ready to take some names, and Rez is his buddy here. Rez's teammate. There we go. That's going to be Silence moving on in quick. And I think Medan might just get taken on out there. Yep, run over. Disrespect. But the rest of Resilience going to have to move on as a duo. What has happened to this team? It does not look like Miramar is really their map.
You mean Madion?
That one.
Yes, they are. Yes. Yes, Medeon. That's an interesting pronunciation. What's also quite interesting is the zone, right? It's gone north again, centering up in the middle of literally nowhere, right? Water treatment, the closest place to home for what these teams will have in that center zone. But interesting enough, there is nobody there. Everybody is focusing on their loot phase. We did have a little bit of contention in the start of the match here, but it has, of course, dissolved away. We do see the players from Nepali up on the northern side. They could have a little bit of difficulty rolling in alongside them, but for the time being, they're pretty safe, right? They have a 3-piece, so they can still have a little bit of that magic come on in here. Olympo, also one of those squads that we did see try a few things in the previous match. Maybe they can make it all go click, right? But we don't want to only see clicks. We want to see it go click, click, boom, right? And like, yeah, there it is. Because they've got 8 points coming into this match. So, you know, I want as many points for all of our teams as they can find wherever they choose to look.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. In the meantime, some Deadly Sins, they're taking a stroll. It's like it's a Sunday afternoon for them. They're just big vibing. They got the music going, you know, they got the short sleeves on because it's getting to be summer now. Like, they're enjoying their weekend right now on the dusty dunes, just moseying on into zone.
That was such girly talk coming from you there. It's like, oh, they got their short sleeves on.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
in the car. The music's playing. Do they have sunscreen on as well? I hope so, because they're in the desert, right? They're gonna burn if they don't have it. Yeah, I would much rather say, like, you know, they've got their shades on and they just jamming as they roll on forward. But
that's fair.
Let's see where they are going to look to go through. Because, of course, remember, right, they've got weapons with them, right? They've got backpacks full of things, right? So worrying about short sleeves, I mean, it's like, it's a thing, right? But, you know, there's some complications that come along with that. Also, choosing a position here in Torre Ahumada also comes with a few complications, especially if your name's Nepali, as Top is right there alongside them. Oh, Chucky just waiting to get a bit of that cheese, but is he going to be able to lock it in, though? Neon also pulling up. They know that there's somebody here. Oh, Chucky, you better smile. You're on camera. You're about to get jumped. Down he goes. Whoop, whoop, wham. Quick work being done here by Liquid.
Yes, indeed. Liquid up to 2 points now. They're really trying to do all they can here. Currently 7th place on the leaderboard. So, you know, nice little run in the middle of the pack there. So they've not got as much pressure on them right now, so it's nice to see them just run around, try and get as many elims as possible, moving through the north side of the zone here, just gonna go ahead and settle in a good position for themselves. But still early days, right? Phase 1, still all our teams remaining. Like, we've only lost 4 players.
I've got a question, right? Why was there just a random F floating around there on the mini map, right? I've seen a lot of things in PUBG, but I've not seen that before. That is a new feature that they've brought in.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if somebody in chat notices it, let me know to see what is going on here. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully, we are gonna be hopefully we'll have some action come in pretty soon, as the teams are all now having to cram up in towards that northern positioning. Of course, we're coming to the end of stage number 1. So we will have a few blue zone tankers out there sipping on some of that juice. Oh, wow, there's a lot of teams that are going to be sipping on some of that juice. Hopefully they'll get their full and get back into the zone. Silence Esports, though, still holding up in Picado. Interesting kind of stopover that they have there. We do see Zero Impact also now pulling up onto Abyss. This is Abyss's opportunity to kind of defend, right? This is their chance to try and secure even more points. We'll see how that one plays out for them. In the meantime, Liquid, they will keep on going here as they now look for their next position to call home. I think especially with the zone being so far north as it is going to be maybe a bit troubling for a few of our squads here, because this is difficult territory to fight it.
It is. It's a lot more open than a lot of the map, right? This is a much more open area. It's a lot bigger space, if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot more open areas that you have to go through in order to get to where you want to be. I don't really know how to explain it better than that. It's just a lot more vast up here, a lot more open. Not as much area, not as many areas where you would want to put your team. So it is a little bit more difficult to try and find that position in this north side over by Oasis, just like Liquid are right now. And the zone is starting to move on in now, so now we're going to be seeing what that stage 3 has to offer us. The airdrop has been looted by AFL here. Do they have an AWP? Do they have an MG3? That is the question here.
We'll find out. We'll see.
Yep.
Ooh, I like the skin, though. That looks pretty mean.
It's nice.
Yeah. I mean, one day when I'm a little bit taller than I am right now, I'd love to have that skin in my loadout, right? It's just like, you know, roll around with the buggy, look pretty dope while doing so. Do the kids still use dope? I don't know, but they should bring it back. It sounds, well, I mean, that sounded completely wrong. Do they still use the word dope, right? That's a more that's a more accurate way of saying what I meant to say. But either which way, we'll see who's going to be pretty fly and who's just going to be flying around as Oasis. Oasis is in play. There might be a chance that we actually get an Oasis zone coming into the late stages of this game, because look at where Black Storm is situated, right in Oasis, right? I've only seen the zone go there once before in all my years in PUBG, and so I really, I'll just be a little bit sadistic here and say I really wanted to go up to that Oasis side, right? I just want to see it pull in there, because it is going to be absolute chaos for this lobby. I hope for their part it doesn't, but yeah. If I could get anything granted right now, it would be that. But looking at the rest of the teams, there are still quite a few squads that need to make it all the way out of that blue zone, let alone make it into the safe zone, right? First objective is get out of the blue.
It has to be. You got to get out of there before you think about anything else. With the zone now going into stage number 3, that blue zone's going to start ticking away at your health. You got to get out and into this new zone. Here we go. Are we staying in Oasis? Oh, it's on the edge, but I don't think we are. That's such a shame. That really does, that's really unfortunate. Unfortunate, but you know what? We're going to be near about. We're going to be there-ish. And we're going to go just down to the south a little bit.
It's like I get at least a little bit of a consolation prize. You know, it's like, here's a little star.
Here's a corner, yeah.
Yeah, here's a sticker. put it in a book somewhere, and then you can just look at that and imagine it was Oasis. No, I want to see it be right there. But it's close enough. Either which way, we will move on. It is going to be Liquid and 7 Deadly Sins finding themselves in a bit of a standoff. I like what Neon is doing here, trying to get that slightly elevated positioning, while the rest of the team is making their way through that building. Samar needs to watch out those nades, right? They pack quite a bit of a punch, and Kid and Benny also going to be just trying to keep their distance. But can they stay distant enough? Because up comes that Scent now. As the shots lock on in. This is Liquid. They mean business. They're going to look to get themselves in that flow state, but can they achieve it? A Secret is going to look to cook up a bit of a nade. Oh, on the money. Top running into that with arms wide open, but down they go. Liquid keeps the consistency high.
They do indeed, and 7 Deadly Sins, 1 point only. I mean, he almost had it. He was trying to get that Elim. He knew he was getting shot in the back, but it was not. Whoa, hang on a second. Oh, I feel bad. Hollow opened the door, trying to get the surprise onto one player. Second player pops around the corner, and the double DBS to the face. Feels bad, man. Douglas is going to be the only one left for his team to move on into zone. Thankfully, there's no one in his way, so he's able to get there pretty freely. But man, what a jump scare for Hollow.
Yeah, that one's got a sting, right? It's got to suck as well. And, I think
with the DSR.
Yeah. So Silence Esports, that is what they have for now. Silence.
Yes.
Because there was nothing but crickets in that play there. Unfortunate for them. But you know what? We still have 14 other teams, and I did see their name, and I already not so good games. There we go.
Yes,
that's
there
what
you go.
their name stands for, right? It's very fine print under the letters there, but that's what it all means. And I mean, NG Pro for the time being is what's going to work for us, because I will probably not remember that name. Myself and names, you know, it's like as difficult as it is to drive on the terrain here. It's not easy. But either which way, Alpha Legends now being put in a slightly different situation to what they were accustomed to, right? They are actually facing a nice little bit of opposition, and we like to see that changeover. But can Dai get himself out of that blue? Maybe in a strong position to contest the Black Storm side here, as Veneko locks in with a beautiful nade yet again. I mean, I gotta say, right, Veneko from the side there of Black Storm is definitely the pro grenade thrower for that team. Oh, but can he come in with the UMP? Unfortunately not. Had that been just a nade, and this would have been so much different.
Very true indeed, but there's still a lot of teams on this Oasis side, right? AFL and Nepal. I mean, there's several here. Of course, it's L officials. Gatekeeping the heck out of these teams. That seems to be their MO. They love to gatekeep. They love to third party, which, honestly, what a vibe. I love doing that as well. I'm super happy that we have another team in here who seems to be really good at doing that. However, they are also outside of zone. There is a team inside of zone behind them. So all three of these teams, DK, they've got to be very careful how they play this. If I were any of them, I would make sure that I don't stay too long here, and I don't overcommit. Oh, Sandu does go on down, gets taken out. They were trying to get out of dodge. They were trying to move. They were trying to do exactly what I said, but it wasn't quick enough. Dai here just really on the ball with it.
Yeah, you know, that's sometimes the difficulty with finding parking in this place, right? If you can't get the vehicle out of there soon enough, you are going to get rushed by another team, and just they rip your seats up, bro. It's a thing, right? I mean, you gotta refurbish all of that. It's just a pain. But either which way, we are gonna look at the teams over on towards this northwestern side, still fighting Alpha. Gonna try and go for that consistency yet again, as they do find Dealer, and will send quite a bit of damage his way. Now it's gonna be up to Ballin, but can he ball out in the blue? I'm not quite sure. All the fate of the entire team resting solely on the shoulders here of Ballin. Those utilities coming quite close. We do see Kiddo in the feed also getting hit by Psycho. Oh, some pretty crazy things all across the board. Dai getting hit as well. This is now Alpha Legends getting caught in a very precarious position, I'd say. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see everything kind of going like this for them, but you know what? It can't always be sunshine all the way. But here we have it. Alpha Legends now going to try and pick it up and get back into the fight here. As we do see that feed still continuing to roll on in. And there's just so much opportunity available to pretty much everybody still alive.
Yeah, there is. I was just noticing we're at stage 4, 13 teams still alive. That's a lot of teams, but everybody's really eager to get into business, right? No one's avoiding these fights as another of the L officials goes down there. And that's going to be them down to just a solo. That's going to be really rough one. Moving over to the south side, though, NG versus Team Entity. These two teams, a little bit of a slower approach coming in here as the zone starts to move on in. Resilience now the solo. Last man standing. Gonna go straight past AFL and somehow still survive? Question mark? Let's see. Can he make it? He's getting peppered left, right, and center. The buggy's about to go up in smoke. Can he make it over this ridge? No, he cannot. Unfortunate. Just didn't have the speed after getting shot to smithereens to make it over that ridge. That's going to be AFL getting, taking him out, but also maybe getting taken out here himself. Bonds just able very narrowly to get over across the road there. It's all popping off now.
But you know what? You know what was the problem there for the team that we just saw getting taken out is the vehicle, the car, right? It had one big major flaw.
Yeah, what's that?
It wasn't resilient enough to survive. And that's why, you know, it's unfortunate. But I can just hear that eye roll coming through as the car goes rolling here as Nucleotide Luffy just flies on out of there, pressing the wrong button, I would assume, because that otherwise would have been a very tactful approach to get himself out of that vehicle. Unfortunately, not quite in the zone just yet. So Luffy now popping all the covers, trying to stay as covered as possible. Quickly ducking back into the car and off he goes. Manages to live to tell the tale. But I think this is an interesting rotation coming through for the side here of Nucleotide. Of course, there you can see a nice bit of an opening over on towards that southeastern side. They're going to have to watch for this hill though, because it is going to be quite the uphill battle if they are not careful. And it's none other than the NG Pros situated right at the tippity top of that.
Indeed. Oh, I love hearing the peppering of the vehicles, right? Those dinks as those bullets come flying through, because these teams are all trying to rotate and all the teams in front of them are not having it there. Like, no, not allowed. That is breaking the rules. I don't know what the rules are, but I'm making them up as I go along, and my new rule says you can't cross the road. You shall not pass. Let's see how many of them are going to try and do that anyway, as Suix, they're going to be down to 3. Luis is knocked. Let's see if he can get him back on up here, as it looks like what other team is that? I can't quite see on the minimap who that is going to be. I think that's Liquid. And be challenging them. Yes, it is. Challenging them on this side of the hill.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's quite a bit of distance between them, right? Even though from above they look to be quite close. This is Miramar, so objects are much further away than they appear. It's like that lovely sticker you sometimes get on your rearview mirror, right? Same thing. But let's see how this one goes here now, as the teams are kind of awaiting this next zone pop to come on through. Whichever way it goes, the team that finds themselves in center zone are either going to be blessed or cursed, right? One of the two. I don't see it going any other way, because there are so many positions that will now need to get filled, right? This hill currently is being controlled here by the side of the NG Pros. But if the zone focuses in on them, ooh, good luck. They are going to have a pretty challenging time. But also there's only 2 essential compounds that I can see here, right? The one being occupied by Zero Impact. The other one, of course, we can see over on the feed itself. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. NG Pros, they're all right. They're all right. They're not going to be feeling too much pressure. Still going to watch the teams coming in on that southern side, but I think for the time being, they're pretty safe.
It does seem that way. Oh, Neon getting taken down though. That was their king of the castle up there at the very top of the mountain. could be unfortunate. Spark, though, from Overrated, just trying to do something, trying to be a thorn in the side, but no, the turnaround is too quick, and Suic's going to be eliminating that solo. That's going to be their 5th elimination. Decent amount of points, actually. You know, they're in 12th place, 13 points currently, so those 5 points going to do a lot to turn the tide for them when you're down there with, you know, only a few wait, hang on. Lux with the nade. Oh, just a little bit too late as the team rocks on up. Entity seems to have taken over this position here. Psycho with the nade could do some epic work here. Let's see if he can get anything done. No, not quite. It's not going to really bounce into the angle that it needs to do. But Lux down to 1 HP. Kiddo as well down to 1 HP as well. Let's see if they can hold on a little bit longer against Entity, because Entity really bringing the heat with this one.
Yeah, they definitely are. So let's see, can they make can they make some muffins or something, right? Because you can't really cook a muffin, right? You can bake a muffin, but you can't cook it. Maybe they can cook some eggs or something, right? Let's create a good serving of something, right? Coming in with a side order of aggression, maybe a sprinkle of lead on top. Here we go, though. It is going to be Psycho and Nexus now left to try and keep the fight going here as Lux and Kiddo look for the position. I like what the MR5 is doing there as well, right? Abyss using this downtime to move up, right? Nobody's looking at them. They're like, you know what? It's fine. We'll just move up. We'll get in there. And this is exactly what they need to do. I want to see Abyss start to pop it off, and this could be the start of great things coming through for them. Now, it is going to be Entity still trying to figure out which way is up as, well, they're absolutely surrounded here by the NG Pros. I mean, it's surprising, right? They came in, they took over the compound, but now they're getting pushed by even more pressure as Nexus goes down. It turns to Psycho, but can Psycho survive? Well, we'll find out pretty soon as the molly comes flying in the window. Psycho ran into the flames. That is crazy, but can he get himself patched up? Oh, Member comes through. Hearson just some sprays over in the direction there, and Team Entity out of here. Off they go. I love that for Abyss.
Yeah, I really like this. I was just thinking, you know, they had 5 or 3 points at the start of this. Coming into match number 4, they hadn't had such a great day, and they were really looking for some points. They decided to play it safe. They went for, you know, the position route. They played quietly. They weren't rocketing too many boats there until they were in the top 7. Now they're starting to make some moves. They do have 2 down currently, but they're still trying to get those rezzed back up. Hopefully they can do, because we need to see more from this team, DK.
Well, let's see if they can pull it off. Abyss, though, I like what they're doing here. Keeping that pressure pretty high. We do say goodbye to Olympo. They walk away with 1 elimination. Abyss now. Oh, yeah, they have to face the music, and off they go. Their song getting abruptly stopped. Unfortunately, we can't get to that chorus section, but you know what? The first verse, I like it. Now they just need to wrap it up. Do it again, right? Bring in the bridge.
Yes, indeedy. I tell you what, though, NG Pros, they're coming in clutch here. 9 eliminations. They are the kings of that high ground in the mid-game, just letting everybody come to them and sweeping everybody under the rug. Getting those eliminations, getting those points. Really nice stuff. A 0 Impact trying to do the same thing over onto the southwest side here up against Alpha. Now, Alpha also, they have 8 eliminations, right? Putting them back up into first place on those leaderboards. But with the NG boys right behind them, they've really got to be sure that they can survive just a little bit longer in this game.
Well, let's see if they can do that. Now it's going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. Oh, Aaron, unfortunately, erring on the side of caution there, but gets spotted and picked on up. Now it's up for redemption, but I'm not quite sure if there will be any opportunity of that coming through here. For 0 Impact, we do say goodbye to Nucleotide as well. Oh, and hard on the heels. It's going to be just so much happening all across the board here. But let's see who can find the plays, right? Of course, still, we do see 0 Impact. Now down to solo. Only a 9.1% opportunity for them here to come in with that big old clutch. It is leaning quite heavily in favor here of Suix because, I mean, they've got the numbers. Can they capitalize on that position, right? They are really well positioned in this current phase. Let's see what this next shift is going to bring on through. Can they look to capitalize? The answer to the question is most probably yes, right? But they're just going to have to lock in. And talking about teams that need to step it up, Suix was definitely one of them. I mean, they weren't having a bad day, but now it seems like they're having an even better day.
They are in. Oh, they are indeed. Suix is. Sorry, I just saw Suix's position in zone. Full control, just keeping everybody on the outer edges there. I'm really interested to see how the NG pros handle this. I really want to see this because this setup that Suix has is very similar to what they had in the last game. So I want to see how they're going to combat against this. You can see them pushing up 1-3 split, 1 to just hold off those teams on the southwest side, and then 3 moving up onto the eastern side to just try and get some sort of angle, try and push back against that front line that Suix have. But AFL, if they're smart about this, they could actually get some plays to ruin both of these teams' chances of a win here. So really, we just have to wait 38 seconds until zone number 9 gets popped, and that's going to be Icy getting taken on down by from AFL, and that's going to be Kiddo doing that. Let's see.
Ooh.
That's 1. Can they get more? The buggies are moving in. This is the push that we wanted to see from them, just bit by bit, meter by meter, as we're defining the 9th zone of the game. Here we go. The last zone for the game as Kiddo runs around a little bit too much, and that's Redemption DK to pick him up.
Well, you know, we'll take it because the points are locking in here. 0 impact going out next, all the way in that 4th place. But now, can they do what is required from them, right? Can they continue to push on up, right? Of course, I'm referring to the side here of Suix because, I mean, they've got 10 eliminations up. They've got such good probability here to clutch and get that winner chicken dinner. NG Pro, though, yeah, they're fighting fire with fire up against the side here of AFL. But as we know, AFL, they need to get a chicken because they are sat right at the top of the board, at least coming into the match, and they've not yet been able to secure that winner chicken dinner. Is this going to be their game? Killer could be the one standing between them and that success, but a good cheeky spray coming through here. Definitely looking to alleviate quite a bit of the pressure coming through from the Suix side. But is that going to be enough, though? Because only 2 players from the side of Suix has contributed all the eliminations, and both of them are still up and not necessarily in harm's way.
No, indeed. I mean, it's really even. I want to say even. I think that's the word for it. Everybody's doing what they need to do, and that's going to be NG getting taken out there. That is them done and dusted for this game. Top 3 place. Fantastic finish after their win in the last round, but it's time for a new champion for game number 4. Is it going to be AFL or is it going to be Suix? Both of them with high elimination counts, both of them with 3 players, both of them with really good positions in zone, but that zone is not going to last long. It's zone number 9. And we're going to go down to just nothing in a second. So these teams really have to push out now.
Well, if AFL want to get their hands on that chicken, they are going to have to defy the odds, right? Because currently, as we can see, it is stacked against them. Not by much, but still stacked against them. It's going to rely quite heavily on what Dafter and the rest are going to bring on through. But Dafter goes down. Oh, that P90 looks to be pretty much on the money. Icy needs to keep his eye on that zone. The Blues going to continue to nip at their heels until this match is over. And this is that angle now. But Lewis quickly on the angle gets the spray. Looking to even out the odds here. Up comes the push. Oh, Lewis goes down. Icy goes down. Oh, no. Suix steal the chicken dinner. Oh, they didn't. Wait, what?
No.
I thought there was them that went down, but so Alpha. Oh my goodness. There we go. Alpha. I said they needed a chicken. They did it. They came in here. They kicked all the other teams to the curbs. They walking away with all them points, right? Absolutely amazing stuff here for the Alpha 4 Legends. Indeed, there are 4 legends in that team. Epic play. I mean, it looked from the angle that we had there, I thought that was them getting dusted out. But you know what? They clutched up, they got it, and they took Suix the heck out of there.
They sure did. Big GG's coming their way. I mean, they have been consistent throughout tonight so far. They wrap up the Miramars now with a win, putting them firmly in those top positions. And now, as we go over to Erangel, I'm very excited for what these last two matches have in store for us tonight.
Yep, it's going to be pretty exciting. And of course, speaking about the excitement, we need to see the points, right? I just want to see the points and see where it is and see how far they've been able to climb and how much movement has happened because of that. I like numbers, right? Sorry, I can't help it, right? And it's, of course,
He likes numbers.
especially when those numbers are well-rounded, you know, it just goes mwah. And but either which way, we'll get into that momentarily. But here we have it, though. Game number 4. Absolutely exciting. Love that. Beautiful wrap-up coming through on Miramar. And as you've said, rightly so, right? Next up, we are going to be heading over onto Erangel, the bread and butter of PUBG. This is where the teams will have the opportunity to prove themselves 150%. Speaking about which, though, oh, the legends. They did it. They got their hands on that highly sought after winner chicken dinner. And based on the math that I can see here, they picked up 14 eliminations. So a really good day at the office. And the first time that we saw the team that got the winner chicken dinner having some pretty interesting figures all the way to the end, right? Like everybody pretty much made it all the way through.
They did indeed. Really love to see this amount of output coming in. I think it's, I don't think it's very common that we see this many eliminations coming through for a team at this level, right? Maybe because it's just the first day, you know, everybody's doing what they can to get as many elims as possible. But I still love to see it. I love the chaos. I love the action that we're seeing coming through from all of these teams. And I love that it's been a different team winning every single time, right? There's no one team that's completely dominating. Yes, there's maybe 5 teams that are consistently in those top 5 positions, right? But they keep handing the win to each other, which is really fun. So it keeps the leaderboards nice and even. No one's running away with it just yet. And there's plenty of opportunity for those teams that aren't in those top positions to come back stronger tomorrow.
But one team that I want to give a shout out here is Suix, right? I like what they've done here, right? They've bounced back quite well coming off the back of the previous match where we saw them picking up 4 points, right? Whatever they were able to secure in this match already is, you know, leaps and bounds better than the previous one. So this is looking really good for them. But yeah, this is kind of just what we're seeing here, right? Teams looking to push and get better as they move on forward. But it is going to be the Alpha Legends walking away with a glorious 24 points. Suix also going to be wrapping it up there with 13 eliminations for 19 total points. Absolutely glorious. Love it. I mean, they've pretty much like tripled their points just in this one game, right? So absolutely exciting. I love to see what these teams are just unlocking as they push further and further. But as we've said, right, everything is going to boil down to what the teams can bring as we venture over onto our final map rotation of the day, as that is going to be the lovely Erangel showing us, or Erangel, right? As the teams are going to be moving into that abyss, though. Hey, yo, look at that. 4 points, right? They are making waves out of here, getting themselves out of the abyss, also doubling their points as well. Silence coming through there. Unfortunately, only 2 points for them, so we'll give them a small clap. Well done on that one, right? Points are there. Entity getting placement. Unfortunate for them. But hey, you know, it's going to happen to somebody at some point. And unfortunately, that it happened to the team sitting over on this side of the page, right? Some not getting into placement point territory. But that's kind of just the way it goes. I'm sad to see the L officials, right? They were carrying so much weight, right?
They were
in prior matches. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. And hey, here we go. Suix Belk. Is it Belk or Belk? Either which way, it's okay, because that's our MVP of the match. Woo. And then we have it again, right? Seems like 8 eliminations and 798 is kind of the thing here for today.
It does, right? That does seem to be the MO. That seems to be what everybody's trying to get, and it seems to be the magic number to get the MVP as well. So, big GG's going over to Belk for that one. Yeah, lovely stuff coming in here. I think everybody's done themselves proud when it comes to those Miramar matches, and I am ready to see what we got going over onto Erangel as we look over at the MVP ranking here. Kiddo still top of the block here, 15 points going over, or 15 eliminations is what he's at right now, up 2 from the from last match rather. And we have a Bonsker as well as Hyuk coming in from AFL with 12 each, so a little bit of movement being shown here. But yeah, some really good stats coming in for only 4 games played.
Wait, is that Hyuk not the same sound that Goofy makes?
It is.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, because it sounded familiar. Right? Hyuk. All right. There we go. So, yeah, some pretty exciting stats there. We can see our MVPs and how they are holding onto those positions. But let's move on to the next bit as we are, well, back on camera. Hi, it's us. But yeah, the team's definitely bringing in quite a bit of heat. I like what is happening. I'm happy to see that Alpha Legends were able to secure themselves that victory, doing so with those glorious 14 eliminations. But yeah, the desert is now done. We need to see what the teams can do as we head over into the tried and tested map, right? The one that started it all. It is going to be Erangel, and we're going to have a double dose back-to-back action. The final 2 games for the teams to bring in whatever they can for today, right? It doesn't end here. It still continues into tomorrow and, of course, the day thereafter. But a lot of pressure coming through for our squads here. But yeah, any thoughts on what we've been seeing so far coming through from our teams?
Honestly, I've just loved this. It's gone so quickly, you know it's the middle of the night for us, so it'd be very easy for us to get, kind of tired and everything, but it's been so much fun watching these teams. The games are quick, they're really full of action. It's just been a lot of fun, so just keep it coming. The last 2 matches, I want to see Rondo all over again, but on Erangel. Let's go, let's do it.
So, a Rondangle. Right, that's what you want to see.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Mean, I'm just coming up with things right as we go through it. Of course, curious to see what is going to be happening next. We are going to go one of 2 routes, right? Either we're going to hop into a break or hop straight into the action, because that is the way that we'll get there. So it seems the answer is we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back in a short few moments. And we're back, getting ready to move into the final rotation of the day. Erangel is about to come on onto the battlefield here. The teams are getting ready and locked into their seats before the plane takes off, because that's how it works. And then, yes, exactly. So, moving on from that, we are going to be looking at who's going to be looking to step up in this next game. Oh. Yeah.
The ready.
See, that one even made me chuckle, because that was funny, right? I caught myself off guard with my own thing, but you know what? That is the beauty of it. Hopefully, the teams won't get caught as off guard as I just did there to myself. And I'm curious whether or not Zero Impact are going to be able to unlock that potential victory. Maybe it could be Liquid Esports or Team Entity, or as you've said in the previous match, 7 Deadly Sins, which I'm sorry to tell you, they only had 1 point. Right, they did get a 1, but the wrong kind of 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't do the predictions this time around? Maybe? Or maybe you do yours, and then I won't, and I'll just shush, and I'll go, yeah, that's great. We'll go with that. Yeah.
Well, I want to say that I'm super impressed with what Suix did. I already said that, but I'll say it again, right? A pretty decent day at the office, and of course, you know, upwards movements coming through as well. We do see the Alpha Legends sitting on a glorious 65-52, going over to the pros over there, and we can see the rest of the teams all having their points just kind of scattered all throughout the area here. But this is what I love, right? The teams just keep on with the surprises, right? Showing us what they can bring and who can bring in what. And Suix has now moved up all the way into that night. So that means they've jumped 6 places all the way into there, right? If you remember where they were in 15th position at the start of the previous match. Here they find themselves now with 27 glorious points. But the big upset is going to be whether or not, of course, Zero Impact, right, can hold in the top 5 position and do so with the winner chicken dinner thanks to the next match. Or is somebody else going to look to steal that chicken from them? I hope if they want to grab it, they better just put it in a coop, right? Otherwise, somebody else is going to, you know, have their way with it. Maybe have it for dinner or something, and that wouldn't be ideal. But I'm going to be hoping to see the teams look to just unlock as many points as they can here. And of course, maybe we'll see, you know, teams that are sitting towards the bottom side of those scores still look to bring in those points, because it's still very much achievable here today. And I would say it'd be even very achievable into halfway through tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. I think for a lot of these teams, it's still close enough where they can get like, even just tonight, get 2 decent Erangel games, and then you're really looking very set, if not a little bit behind, but not insanely so for tomorrow. You can still set yourself up for a decent day tomorrow if you do well here. And I want to say that, you know, we have a bit of fun with the prediction stuff, but honestly, I don't think we can predict who will win this match. Erangel, oh, here we go, is so different. Wait, DK.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that minimap?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Just so I know I'm not hallucinating the massive hot drop that seems to be happening, but as I was saying, Erangel is so different from the other 2 maps, and so many of these teams, I think, will know exactly how they want to play this, that for me, it's going to be really a coin toss about a coin? Yeah, coin toss about who actually wins this match. Did I say coin toss?
See, yes, and see, you want to sit and giggle at me saying funny things.
Yes, right? Always.
Justice won't prevail. There we have it, folks. There we have it. I am. Nobody is immune to that happening. But let's see who's going to be immune to damage at the early stages of the game here. I mean, Abyss coming through with 7 points, right? They are definitely looking to make moves here. But, yeah, I'm going to be looking at Abyss because I like to see underdogs, right, come through with points and surprise everybody. But as we know, they have chance, I would say, up until, like, today, the end of day today. And then whatever if they've not made any drastic moves with regards to those rankings, tomorrow is just going to be even more challenging. And the same would, of course, go for Olympo as well as Overrated, right? I would even add Nepali in there as well, right? All 4 of those squads are still in a very good position to, add a bucketload of points to their overall tally.
I love the truce that seems to be happening right now between Seven Deadly Sins and Nepali. They're just, they're running, they're frolicking at this point. Just running around in the fields going, hey, you know what? We don't want to fight right now. We don't have to fight right now. Meanwhile, that's not happening with two other teams. Two other teams right now. That's going to be Zero Impact and I believe Resilience. Those two in the Elam feed, we just saw that happen there. It seems to have not done much here. Yeah, Aaron goes on down, actually. Yeah, definitely something going on wherever they are. So big shots being fired. And it looks like actually Zero Impact might just fall down completely here. I'm not sure, but that is going to be a big upset for them if that's the case.
Well, let's hope that that is not going to continue to happen here, as it seems like everybody is pretty much managing to get themselves somewhat bit kind of patched up here. At least that's based on what we see on the right hand side, right? The left hand side is completely different to that. There we go. All right. Okay. So Zero Impact. They are left with the solo. We can see the players there from Nucleotide, of course, having quite a few knocks and getting run over, and so many things happening to them as we look over onto Seven Deadly Sins here. See, this is the modern versus old school transport now being showcased. At least this vehicle can't jump, otherwise that would have been hilarious. But the horse is trying everything it can. Resilience. I mean, they're trying every different vehicle they can, right? To see which one fits them best, right? Which one will get them over that line.
They are indeed, and I think Resilience were trying to get to this one garage, and Seven Deadly Sins went, no! We have a coupe already, you have a horse, but we want another coupe. We want a Dodge, to be exact. We're gonna get that Challenger going. We want to be riding around in style. Y'all can have your horses. We're gonna have the horsepower. So they're going to be moving on in and moving over to Museum, or as it's called in the States, Walmart. So we'll call it Walmart since this is NA. But they're going to be moving over to Walmart, and it's going to be a good position for them. Stage 1, no real pressure here. Quite a few players already taken out for Stage 1, but that is to be expected on the first map of Erangel of the day. Always that sort of thing tends to happen, you know, a little bit of those clashes, especially on those drop zones. But ooh, Secret, that buggy is looking really worse for wear. What has gone on here?
Yeah, quite a few sprays coming through here from Nepali. Oh, come on. Dealer not trying to deal that last bit of damage into the side of Secret. Just one well-timed angle. That could be it. Lux getting absolutely run over. Down he goes. Secret out of here. Oh, good start here. Nepali definitely got to be looking to unlock that next level achievement, right? That zone, of course, pulling hard over on towards that eastern side. It's not often that we see Milta essentially being center zone. We've been full of surprises today, right? A very northern zone consistently over on Miramar. Looking over on Erangel, we see Milta being center zone, or maybe even that lumberyard is center. So many surprises coming through here. I mean, I like this because it's really putting the teams through the ringer, right? They really have to work for those points, because not only do they have to fight the zone, but obviously each other as well.
Let's see. I'm wondering where that zone's gonna go. Do you have a prediction here, DK? Where do you think Stage 2 is gonna put us?
I want to see heaven. I want to see heaven. That's it. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just get, like, I'll just be a ooh. All right.
Oh.
He's definitely balling. That's a different way to get down from the top there. Yeah, you gotta add the punch, right? You gotta have that punch. If you don't have the punch, your tickets, right? That's done. You don't have health. But either which way, let's see something. Let's see whether or not they are gonna be able to make anything out of this current angle here. But yeah, I definitely want to see heaven. I want to see heaven being played. I want to see vehicles flying because it's in zone, and so why not? So just do it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, just do it. You heard him. You heard him, folks. Get in there and just do it. Let's see now. NG Pros gonna be zooming past prison, but they are not interested, it seems, in prison itself. They're gonna be looking over more towards the Lipovka area. Let's see what they've got in store there. I like this team a lot. I like how they play. They play slow. They play quietly. They might play to. Okay, no, they're not gonna find that solo there. They play carefully. They play for position, which I appreciate. They play for position, not in leaderboard, but in the zone. They play for that strategic spot in the zone that is going to do them the most benefit. So I appreciate that in them. As we move over to the south side of prison now, or rather the north side of prison. Blackstorm moving over, looming over the hill. Let's see what they got.
Yeah. Here we go indeed. As Dealer quickly gets himself patched up. Ballin. I think this is actually a pretty decent call being made here by Nepali, getting themselves in the compounds. It was just soon enough, right? Right before NG Pro came rolling in behind them, right? You don't want to get caught out with your hands in your bag, right? You want to have them in front on the weapon, ready to go on through. So let's see what Nepali is going to do here. As Dealer also now, not really with the rest of the team, is a little bit further away. Oh, but this could actually be quite a safe play for them, right? As the pressure is being applied by the side here of NG Pro. So this could be Nepali's ticket out of there.
Oh! DK, the zone. Okay, I love the zone. The zone is gone. It is chaos night tonight. Okay, so that's about 50% water. That means all these teams now, with 16 teams still alive, have to now move into a much smaller zone than what is given to them. That's more like a stage 4 zone in terms of the land base there. So a lot of these teams, I think we're in for some action starting very soon, because the zone is only got 10 more seconds on that timer until the zone starts moving on in. So these teams have no real time to really prepare for this.
Yeah, they definitely don't have a lot of time to prepare for that. And the reason why I sound so is because that water looks more like 40%, because there's still quite a bit of land in that sort.
All right.
So, yeah, I'll get my protractor out soon and then measure exactly the amount of water that we have at play here. In the meantime, Alpha Legends though, DBS, there we go. Icy just putting everything he can into the opposing side there. Liquid facing quite a bit of a challenge. Harmon getting picked up as well. Samar now the last one left. Oh, and Alpha just locking it in. But this might be a little bit of a short-lived engagement, right? Because we can see Black Storm also just hovering about. We do see the NG Pros also just hanging around there. So there's so much happening all across the board. And we say goodbye to Liquid, our first team out of here.
That is unfortunate. Liquid really popped off in the last game, but unfortunately they're going to be the first to leave us here in the first Erangel. Hopefully they can come back in the next one in the final game and put some more points on the board. They're still sitting at 4th place, so you know what? Even if they have a bad game in the next game as well, it's not going to hurt them. Well, I was going to say it's not going to hurt them too badly, but actually looking at that leaderboard, 10th place is 26 points. And they have 32, so that's less than 10 points, could put them all the way down to the second half of the leaderboard. So, you know what, maybe they do want to have a better game in the next one, but we'll see how that goes as we move on over to the teams currently still with us, as we're going to be looking at the 3rd zone very shortly. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go over that water, or is it going to come over to the land? For their sakes, I hope it's the land. For our sakes, DK, I hope it's that water. I want the tea.
Yeah, I want to see it, right? Just keep floating. Right? I want to see just how much of a challenge it's going to throw at them. But yeah, that's part of the excitement. Right? The teams can look to bring everything they can find or anything they can muster onto this next push here. Of course, quite a bit of a change in pace for the side here of Nepali. Right? They went from making a lot of ruckus, a lot of noise, to now with the duo, they're kind of just holding it nice and steady in the compound. The molly starting to fly on in. The utility popping all around them. The sprays poking in through the lobby. Oh, but here we go. Now, it is up to Zila, the last hope for the side of Nepali. Cheeky molly, I like that. Nexus now having to second guess that push. Getting absolutely denied. So Zila doing all the damage here for the team. But can he get that wipe? So much pressure. Ooh. Oh, unfortunately, Nepali not going to be able to make it out of here. It is going to be a 50th place that they'll have to settle for, and only that one mission up. But we'd also see Nucleotide, the next team out, right? Quick succession with the teams getting wiped out of this match.
Oh, yeah, that's been a very, very quick indeed. As we just go down to 13 teams now. Psycho, I tell you what, Psycho's been a really consistent player over the entire evening, really. He's up here with 3 eliminations. I think maybe 1, maybe 2 games. We haven't seen that much from him, but I swear I see him all the time just clutching up for his team. So nice to see him as the top fragger in this match, as well as Olympo are going to be scaring off a bit. They're like, get out of here, away from our cliff. This is our cliff. And it looks like Abyss are gonna be agreeing with that and going, yeah, you're so right. Sorry about that. We're gonna be moving on swiftly there. So that's gonna be that altercation kind of. Oh no, you know what? I was gonna say it's not. It's finished, but it's not, because Mamba from Abyss is gonna be taking shots over back towards them and going, actually, who said that was yours anyway? Maybe we'll take it from you. So let's see how that goes.
Well, I mean, you always gotta consider what Karma will have to say about it, right? So curious to see if anything is going to happen on that front. In the meantime, it is going to be Charlie now, just perched on the rock, looking at the situation down below. And of course, the reason why Olympo is fighting so aggressively for this hill is not because of the position, but it's because of the loot, right? There's some great old juicy loot up on the top there. It's almost like a cherry on top. But speaking about which, though, Suix, right? The team that really stepped it up in the previous match, currently sat with 27 points. They were making some waves, but can they now push even more? They've got Overrated just ahead of them. Overrated, I feel like Overrated had a really strong performance back in, I'd say, match number 1 comparatively. But then, was it match number 1 or was it match number 2? Match number 2, right? Match number 2, they got the 7 points. Game number 1, they got 1 point. But, so, I want to see a little bit of that game 2 action coming through from them again, right? I want to see them look to bounce back, because I'm not happy with what they've been doing so far. I mean, sure, I don't really know them, but I'm not happy with it. I want to see more.
I think we do. I think we all do. They were looking really good in the first half, but I think also that can be a strategy that you see a lot of professional teams have as the zone moves over to the land to Milta, so that's going to be nice for these teams. But a lot of teams come in really, really strong in the first half of the day and then kind of slow down towards the second half, and that seems to be a reoccurring theme with a lot of teams. So I'm wondering if maybe that's what they've got going on here as well. It is a viable strategy if you can back it up with excellent performances in the first half, right? I'm thinking of like some of the top teams in esports that do this. They come in with consistent high point games in the first half of the day. So that's really got to be something you got to be good at and something you can be consistent with if that's the strategy you want.
I mean, there is merit in both those tactics, right? If you come in aggressive at the start of the day and relax for the later half of it, right? I mean, it gives you a good assessment of what to bring come the start of the next day. But, you know, for teams that come in with a little bit of a slower start to the action, it makes the rest of the day just so much harder, right? They have to work so exceptionally hard to ensure that they get the needed points in, right? So, yeah, I mean, each to their own. Do the tactic which you think is going to bode well for you. Speaking of Olympo, though, they were looking to pack in some heat. They are going toe-to-toe here with Abyss, and I mean, we did see Abyss look to pick up quite a bit of momentum in the previous game, but can they keep that ball rolling, right? Can they lock in and get the spray onto Olympo and just alleviate a little bit of this pressure being applied to them?
Let's see. Oh, Killer going down in that Elam feed there as well. So there is a few fights popping off at the same time here up against Entity. So it's going to be NG Pros versus Entity there. You can see it now. Psycho still with those 3 Elams, but Ace OP is down and he's right next to them. Looks like they didn't realize there was somebody there and they're going to pay the price for that. That's going to be Entity going down to 3. Entity have had a hard time, I gotta say. They're 7th place currently, but every point, every one of their 29 points has been really hard fought. I feel like Entity have been A lot of times the wrong place, the wrong time as Blinky goes on down. AFL, where did you come from? Goodness me, great shots coming on through here, and that's going to be Kiddo, the solo left for his team. He's going to be easily able to get these knocks revived, but still, that's pretty scary. Oh, maybe not, DK.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say I don't want to be that guy, but NG, they ain't gonna make it past 12th place, right? Because looking at how they've just been dealt a dirty hand there, you know, things were stacked quite against them. And yeah, it's inevitable, right? It's gonna happen at some point. And speaking about which, though, the zone inevitably is gonna be pulling up into Malta. That is smack dab center. That is where all the heat is gonna come on through. We're still looking at Olympo and Abyss going at each other here. They're gonna have to settle this dispute at some point, at somewhere in the next 25 seconds, because that blue stage 5 is gonna eat them alive. So they'll have to get out if they want to stay in this match and maybe go for strong placement points. But of course, we still need to see 3 more teams fall. There's gonna be series. Picking up. Ooh, a nice cheeky nade. Getting shot in the face at the same time. Now comes Akshat looking for a bit of an angle. Is getting rushed here as well. A little bit of that pre-fire, but he might end up with an empty mag. That reload could really cost him dearly.
It could indeed. I really like how he's playing this, though. He's really trying to go forward, move forward with nades. Not move away from them. Trying to go forward with that S12K, but the smokes make it really hard to see, and he's going to go down pretty instantaneously. Olympo able to grab him. Can they grab one more here? Might just do it. Yes, they do. That's going to be another taken down of Abyss. Abyss getting torn to shreds right now, but I tell you what, Olympo not looking too good either. It's just down to Hector once again. Hopefully they'll get this revive going, but the way that these teams seem to be crashing each other, they have a pretty good idea of when somebody's a solo, so hopefully they can get this back up and running. Abyss do end up going on out. That's going to be them out in 11th place, so still no placement points for them. A really rough day for Abyss. I feel like they're the only team that we can really say has just had a really rough day.
Yeah, it's been tough, right? It has been tough looking at, you know, everybody kind of rising to the occasion in different zones. It is quite challenging to kind of keep up with that pacing, but here we go now as we move into even more. 7 Deadly Sins getting snuffed as well. Out they go, 10th place finish. Also just falling shy off the placements. But yeah, it's such a tough zone, and especially now pulling towards the side of Malta, this eastern front, right? We've got that open field, we've got a few buildings in the surrounding area, and of course that is going to be limited to, well, the first comers, right? Whoever can get themselves situated and keep it defended, right? That's going to be the big ticket, right? Having a position is one thing, but being able to defend it, that is going to be what will get you over that finish line. So let's see how the teams are going to boat here, as Psycho looks to do something crazy here. We do see Olympo also now going to be losing yet another player. Oh, there we go. Confirmation is in. Hector in trouble. Is that going to be the end of Olympo? Yeah. Could very well be, as, you know, these numbers are down to 1. They only have Siri left to try and keep their torch alight, and honestly, it could get snuffed out really quickly.
But not yet. He's going to try and hold on for a little bit longer. L officials are hesitant as well, as they should be, right? They're outside of zone currently and not in a fantastic position to get into it either, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Olympo are going to go on out. That solo is going to get found, and now L officials, they can move on in and dedicate all of their time to finding the pathway into zone that works for them, because that transition is not going to be easy for them at all here.
Yeah, that's part of the trouble, of course, finding a good way to transition into that next phase. But here we go, as the teams continue to push on up. I mean, it is a very troubling day for quite a few of our teams, but, you know, they're going to have to keep on pushing, because that's the only way that they'll make it over that last final stretch. And as you can see, the eliminations being pretty slim for most of our teams that have already been taken on down. We do see the players there from Resilience, the next one out of here. But Resilience also having a pretty tough run, right? This first Erangel proving to be a super difficult match for a lot of our teams.
I'm not surprised the way this zone has been going, DK, though, because, like, Milta Power, this whole hillside / beach area is not something that we see often in the final zone rotation, so to speak. So it's not surprising to me that a lot of these teams might be making a few mistakes or just really struggling with where to go next, because it's such an unusual zone. As we see Emperador go on down there, some nice smokes as well for Overrated as they try up against Suix. Suix been doing a lot of work, but only one elimination on the board so far. They need to have more. Down to a duo they go as Overrated look to defend their compound. I tell you what, now this is the perfect fight for L officials to actually get into.
Yeah. So I'm just laughing at Overrated there. The Siny just stood there looking at the utility landing next to him, and it's like, should I run? Should I not? Yeah, maybe I will. And it just gets out of there. It's like that was a really close call, but now of course it is going to be Overrated looking to just apply that extra bit of pressure. So many hits coming in from all directions, right? It is an absolute bloodbath as we do see Silence, the next team out. Unfortunately not being able to hold on too much. But of course it makes sense, right? It is just an absolutely brutal zone as we see Suix, the next one, to fall as well. And looking at those health bars, it is no surprise, right? So many of our players already being beaten and battered and just facing so many challenges here. But, you know, at the end of the day, only one team can prevail. Who will that be? Yes, we don't know yet. We'll find out pretty soon. But, of course, so many still holding on for dear life. Overrated. Again, down to a solo, potentially a duo. They've already gotten 5 eliminations. And this is the exact kind of pacing that they need to bring in to try and climb further up those rankings. Gotta watch out, though, for Team Entity. Nexus out in the field there. Thinking they're safe, but will they be safe any longer? Because that zone is going to pull a little bit of attention towards them. But I think the main focus is going to be on Overrated and... of course, the elite lifters here, right? Can they get themselves well situated? Because they still have quite a bit of ground to cover.
What's interesting to me is that L officials haven't been spotted out yet from across the way, right? I mean, maybe AFL and the other team are a little bit busy right now, but before that, I would have thought they would have been spotted out pretty quickly. It looks like Nexus might have just seen them there, but yeah, a big fight going on to the north side here. AFL gonna be trying to defend their position, using those nades, doing what they need to do up against Blackstorm here. Oh, and that's a perfect nade. G18 gonna be going on down there. Excellent follow-up nade as well to confirm that. 14 eliminations for AFL now. They took that win of the last game and they have run with it, DK. They are ready for this. 79 points on the board currently, and that could go much, much higher if they get this win. Let's see what they've got in store, because right now Blackstorm looking to take that all away from them, but that's a bad molly! Oh no, Vanenko!
Yeah, I was looking at that, right? You could see that, that pathway wasn't lining up the way it should have. And I mean, you know, valiant effort, but unfortunately not quite hitting the mark, right?
Yeah.
Hitting things up, but in the wrong way. So let's see whether or not Blackstorm can survive the onslaught here as they still continue to try and push over onto Alpha. Meanwhile, it is the players coming through there from the L officials on the opposing side, also trying to lock it in. And it's just grenade after grenade, right? Utilities flying all over the place. Nice reach in the window there. It is going to be AFL closing it up as we do say goodbye to Blackstorm. 5th place finish. Still landing well within the placement point. But now look at this. The health bars just so low. Pretty much for everybody. Even Overrated getting taken down.
They are indeed, and I love to see that this, we have 3 teams still, but we're looking at a 3v3v1 right now. Nexus. 9 eliminations for Team Entity. Really good finish here as well. Top 3 as a solo. Even if they don't go further than 3rd place, it's still a really good match. to have under their belt for day one, but AFL with 16 eliminations. I mean, we're used to seeing those kinds of numbers on a Rondo, right? That's the norm. For an Erangel, that is unheard of. That is so difficult to achieve. So big GGs to them. They've managed to pull it off and still have 3 players left standing as well. So that's really great to see. L officials as well. They're on the edge as they usually are. It's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna get pushed in first. I feel like this is definitely an AFL win. Could we see it back to back here? It's possible because the other 2 teams are on the edge and have to move in, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it is favoring AFL at the moment, right? Alpha seem like they could have this one in the back. Yes, they've got a pretty strong zone presence as well, right? So they're making the most with the numbers they've got here, which is pretty decent. Entity, though, left with Nexus. It's going to be a serious game of try and survive, right? Try and not get shot at. But can L officials make it all the way through? Because I think it's essentially going to be between Team Entity and L officials as to who's going to be going out in 3rd place, right? I don't see AFL going out just yet. None of the opposing teams have a good angle on them, right? They've got the coverage, they've got the high ground, but do they have the zone? That is going to be the big kicker, rather. Speaking about quick, though, it's going to end pretty quick because we've now just hit stage number 9. So it all comes down to this, and this is where it becomes a game of health as well as that quick reaction, right? The quicker you can spot out the opposing side, the better it is for you. We do see Sandu going down as well. AFL now starting to move on forward. There's going to be go time, a little bit of a 27-point turn here as they get ready to push on out. It is, of course, none other than L officials going out in 3rd. Entity gets rushed down. They go. And of course, that is Alpha Legends coming in with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
And not just any winner chicken dinner, and 19-20 elimination win as well. I think that was interesting to note that Entity Nexus, he did actually take himself out before they were able to catch him. I saw in the Elim feed he naded himself, so he denies that final point. So they might just have 19. It might be just shy of a 20-point game for them, but still not coming in here, just making sure that they have that top place finish at the end of tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Legends trying to stay the Alphas off this match here, and so far they are doing pretty good on day number 1st, right? Really good run that they've had, proving to be pretty dang consistent. But of course, it's not over yet, right? We still have 1 more to go, so we'll take a look and see exactly how this match contributes to the overall standings, where, or rather, how big is that gap that they've now been able to create? Because as we know, NG Pro was pretty close to them, right? At least looking at the kind of turnover coming through from the previous match. They had 65 points versus the 52 points coming through from the NG Pros. But I think that gap might have been widened quite a bit, especially now with that winner chicken dinner. But of course, they are first team to get 2 winner chicken dinners, and that being back-to-back as well. So a very nice push coming through there on our very first Erangel. Let's see what they can do on our last one. But before we get there, we have a few things to take care of, right? We need to take care of business. We need to look at everything that these teams have done in this past game. And of course, more importantly, what is that point situation? We are going to be starting with that winner chicken dinner team stats to see how all 4 their players contributed to the insanity, which was the previous match. And of course, without any further delay, here we have it. As we can see, Icy locking into eliminations there for the squad. Die absolutely crazy though, right? 6 eliminations for a total of 979 damage. But look at Bonds. He wasn't scared at all, right? 1,100 damage, 5 eliminations coming off the back of that. And coming through with 4 eliminations and almost hitting 800 damage.
Yeah, I mean, huge amounts of damage for everybody here. That is an insane number to be looking at. Compared to the damage taken, it's absolutely nothing. But GG's all the way around. They are on fire. They really took the win on Miramar and absolutely ran with it. My goodness me. Excited to see what they've got going on for the next match. Although I say that, you know, you're looking at the back-to-back and you go, oh, okay, that means they're going to do really, really well in the next game. No, because now they've secured enough of a lead where they don't have to do well next match. They can chill. They can be fine. They can go out first. It doesn't matter because the lead is there enough to help them secure the top place finish at the end of tonight. Do they want to do well? Yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will.
Yeah, they don't have to, right? If things don't go their way in this next match, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? They still have sufficient points on the board to not stress too much, right?
Exactly.
But so we'll see what the rest of the teams are going to do coming into this final stretch, the final push for the day. Who's going to be the ones to get the points that they need? Of course, 3 teams not getting a single point in this game. It is unfortunate, but, you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And hopefully they can look to rectify that coming into the final match because, yeah, the more they can get here, the easier tomorrow will be. But speaking about more, it is going to be Die picking up the morest eliminations, the morest damage, aka the most eliminations and the most damage, right?
Yes.
But MVP award it is.
It is indeed. I'm wondering where that's going to put him on that MVP leaderboard, right? Because he's got to have quite a few elims at this point. We saw the top 2 have 15 eliminations. That's what it was. I think that was Killer, potentially. Yeah, so let's see. It's going to be Bonds on top of the board there. So AFL going to be topping the top 2 positions, and then also Die in 4. So that moves him into 4th place. But 17 elims on the board for Bonds, and that's 3,650 damage in 4 games. That is a singular player. That is crazy work.
Yeah, but also we've got 4 of the AFL players, the
You're
entire
right.
squad.
The entire squad.
Right here in the top 5, right? Kiddo
That's
is
wild.
the only one not from the Alpha 4 Legends. So, yeah, they are definitely turning out to be the Alpha 4 Dominators as they are just packing in everything that they can find here. And super excited to see how that is going to pan out for them. But of course, speaking about panning out, let's take a look at the points. A beautiful gap there sitting on, well, that is 39-point lead that they are holding on to, right? 2 winner chicken dinners under their belt, 60 eliminations between the 4 of them. Absolutely magic stuff happening there on their end. As we look at the rest of the teams, we can see that breakdown of points continuing all the way down. Liquid, of course, coming through with what we can see as 32 points there, right? 25 plus 7, that gets you to 32. But I like this, right? Because it's giving us a little bit of math to do, right? It's keeping us on our toes. It's like, okay, this number plus that number equates to a different number. Can you figure it out in time? That is going to be the big trick, of course. But speaking of which, though, you can see Wrangle is going to be coming up next. So that means probably we are going to be heading straight into that, I would assume, right? Because the last time we saw that pop on screen, we hopped straight into the plane and just got down to business. So pretty excited to see what is going to be happening here. And, you know, I like this quick changeover as well because we can really just kind of stay focused on the action that these teams are bringing on through here. So, yeah, Alpha Legends, they don't have to do all too much in this last game, but with them potentially maybe not having to do anything, I'm curious as to who's going to choose to step it up, right? Is it going to be Team Entity that could maybe look to go for gold here? Are they going to try and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner? I mean, they did get 17 points in this last match, so it would make sense if they chose to do that, but they just got to lock in, right? That's going to be the big kicker. They need to lock in. They need to make sure that they get their hands on the prize there. But yeah, I like where everything's going, right? These teams doing quite a bit to ensure that they have a pretty strong day to work off of come tomorrow.
Absolutely. And honestly, there's a lot of teams that equally could have a really good game here in this last game and really step up those points, close that gap up as well. So there's a few teams that I'm looking at. NG Pros, for instance, they've slipped down. Entity, I think, moved up ahead of them, but they're still in third place. They're still very close, and they could be looking to get that that points back, that spot back on the leaderboard. And here we go. Zone, plane path coming on in. Here we go. Match 6, final game of the evening is underway.
Oh, yes, here we go. We can see those points as well. 53 going over to the side of the NG Pros. 46 is where Team Entity is, and 44 coming through for Resilience. So Team Entity doing pretty good, right? 46 points, not a single chicken to their name just yet. This could be exactly what they need to get the job done here. But we are seeing a little bit of a thing starting to happen here, right? You can see that point difference up at the top, and then as we move a little bit further down the wayside, the team's continuing to try and do whatever it is that they can find, right? You need to just go for crazy in this last game to end the first day with as much points as you've been able to secure. Let's see who can get the job done, as we are going to be hitting. That's definitely not an Everest location that 7 is going to be going for here. 7 Edisons, of course. They are going to be opting for South George. Do they have any company? Not from what we can see. Thank you, Secret, for all the scouting around, right? Looking to see if anybody's going to look to contest. I think they're safe, at least for now. Ooh, what? 7th or 6th sense already getting hit.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow.
G18 getting hit. Mamba goes down. It is just heat and pressure right out of the gate here.
Oh, poor Abyss. I feel bad for them at this point. 7 points after 5 games. They try their best, but they get hit. They get hit so hard at one of these car spawns at the garages. That's really unfortunate. Looks like it might just be the solo that goes out, which is really good for them. But yeah, that is really, really unfortunate. But they still live on for one more day. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. That would be nice. Oh, but wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Do you see what I see? I spy with my little I3 teams in Severny, and one of them just got naded to smithereens here as we look over to Abyss. Three left over in Severny. Olympo. Hector, the first to go down here, or the second to go down here, I think, for the team. Olympo really having a hard time as Aaron is the first to fall there. Redemption trying to pick up some points there, trying to get anything with those sprays going down, and goodness me, Olympo not having the best time of it. Meanwhile, Abyss have an excellent third-party opportunity. Right there we go! That's going to be 0 impact, taken out. The first team to go out, and it's not even a minute into the game.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I mean, the team's definitely bringing everything they can into the start of this last match of the day here. I like where this is going. I like this kind of pacing. But can they keep it up, though? See this match just fly on by? Or, well, will they have something else in mind for us, of course? Only time will tell. We are yet to see exactly what that will be. But now, there's going to be Olympo trying to hold it steady there. Just trying to lock in on that northern side. Abyss, I like this position here for Juice. But can he squeeze every little bit out of this, right? Because, I mean, a pretty challenging angle to be in. Yes, not the craziest spot to fight in, but still, I would say, somewhat of a challenging angle to try and manage, right? The buildings always proving to be so dang difficult.
It's interesting that actually Abyss have taken this so slowly, though. I would have thought they would have wanted to maybe be a bit faster with this, especially after just getting rid of one of the teams there. I would have liked to see them maybe be a little bit more proactive, because right now, all there is a standoff, and it's a 3v4. When you know you have the number disadvantage, you want to make sure that you get the surprise element as well. So once that first team was finished off, they should have really pushed as much as possible. Maybe they don't have the utility to really do that, but something I would have liked to see better. But Well, I was gonna say, but they have time, but actually they're on the very edge. So yes, I guess they do have a little bit of time, but it's not gonna be much because they do need to get further into zone than they are currently.
Well, let's hope it pans out for them. Ooh, a few mollies now looking to come on in as well. Juice trying everything to get the angle. That cheeky nade could be it. Onto Charlie though. Does it find its place? Oh, it finds a bit of damage, but not enough to convert that into a knock just yet. I like a little bit of a standoff here, right? Abyss, Olympo, both teams quite reluctant. Like they want to survive into those late stages of the game. They don't want to be the second team to get taken out of this match. But the inevitable is about to happen here. It is going to be Olympus and Abyss now getting ready to kick this party off. Olympus, though, pretty decent numbers, right? They got the full squad on their feet. Everybody in a position to fight. Abyss, can't really say exactly the same for them as they've now essentially been reduced to a duo. Can MR5 find some utility to send down the way? I don't think he has anything in the bag there, but that would have been an opportune position to be.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't like this from Abyss. I know that they've not had a good day, but they've just played this so slowly and allowed Olympo to get their information, get their position, and make use of that knowledge. So I would have preferred to see a little bit more proactivity coming in from this team, but it is what it is. And again, Severny's one of those places that is very, very easy to just get completely stuck in, and you just come to a standstill, and that's all that happens for ages and ages. So it is a very difficult place to play. Hopefully we'll see somebody come out of here alive. Ah, that's the loot truck. I was so confused for a second. I was like, is that a glider? What's going on? No, it's the loot truck. It is the loot truck, which you should be going and getting. I mean, if you're not in a fight. If you go ahead and shoot it, you get some epic loot. If you shoot it enough, you break it down and not only give yourself some cover, but give yourself some really cool weapons, some drop weapons as well. So, little pro tip there. That is in esports as well. But there we go. All right, here we go. MR5 using the height to his advantage here, trying to get some information, trying to get some shots. There we go. Charlie EXE gonna go on down. Get knocked. Is the next one going to be, you know, in Abyss's favor? Oh, they gotta be careful. Who is this? Deacons! This is not what they need. Black Storm coming in behind them. They've heard these shots. They've seen what a great third-party gatekeeping opportunity this is. Oh, and this spells trouble for both Abyss and Olympo.
It definitely does. But of course, Blackstorm first needs to find them, right? They are just currently inspecting. Ooh, trying to assess the situation, looking to see if it is going to be worth their while. I like how close they're getting, right? G18 almost all the way up into Savoni. But MR5, well, is no stranger to the presence of Blackstorm. I'm pretty sure they know exactly what's happening over on towards that western side. The difficulty, though, lies here with Olympo, right? Because MR5 can't see what is going to be happening over on the edge here. And you got to give it up to Olympo, right? A very decisive and tactful approach that they're taking here, making it very difficult for Abyss to assess the situation and get a good read on what's at hand. But the zone, now that it has moved away from them, essentially forces their hand, right? They have no other option. Either they commit to an engagement or they commit to a rotation. Either one needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly, because if they miss this opportunity, it opens up that play for Blackstorm to come in and just pressure them into a position here.
This has just not gone their way at all. The zone has moved completely away from everything. That might actually give these two some hope, right, as Hector is going to go down again. Blackstorm might just decide to get out of dodge. It's too far away from the zone for them to be here for much longer. 2 to 16 seconds left on the zone. Oh, that's a trade-off. That's not going to happen. And Abyss actually come back and take this one. Okay, I didn't think that they were going to be able to do that, but that's going to be 7 eliminations for Abyss now. Fantastic, doubling their score of what they had before this game. So love to see that from them. However, the zone is hurting already. That's a lot of damage for a zone to damage. Okay, interesting. And you've got Black Storm there as well. I don't know how much longer they're going to live, but 7 eliminations is pretty darn good here.
Yeah, it is a pretty good play for Abyss. That is exactly the kind of change that I wanted to see from them. But now comes the ugly part, right? Black Storm waiting just ahead of them is going to look to play the upset here, and that could spell disaster for the side of Abyss. Already they're caught out in the blue. They have super low health. 7 eliminations might be quite short-lived on their end. We'll see pretty soon how that is going to pan out. But still, they are holding on. MR5 does go down. So Black Storm really starting to push. But of course, that ticker is running out, right? Akshat rather, is about to go down. Health not looking great. The nade coming through here from Veneko. Could end the run quite abruptly for them. Is it going to happen? The nade is in. It misses. Doesn't find the damage. G18 now looking to push in. It is going to be Akshat also trying to heal up as best they can. Oh, here we go. Final showdown. The last few potential moments here for the side of Abyss. Flashbangs now coming in. Oh, he's not in the building. He's outside on the edge, off the lip, off the roof. Oh, up comes the sprays. Akshat tried his best, but unfortunately, that is going to be Abyss now having to settle for a 14th place finish. I mean, you got to give them a big GG, right? Very good effort being made there by them. Unfortunately, though, they're going to have to settle for only 7 eliminations, right? It sounds so sad, but actually, I really appreciate the effort coming through there from Abyss, right? I want to see more of that, though, right? So, tomorrow when you come back, Abyss, more, please.
More, please. Oh, nice little spray coming in here as we move over to South Georgia Pole. This is much more center to our Stage 3 zone. So this is going to be here for quite a while. These teams are looking to set up for that mid to late phase of the game. And it's going to be Nepali, it's going to be 7 Deadly Sins, and it's going to be the NG Pros as well. All here and ready to fight. Balin actually has, for Nepal, actually has, what, 4 eliminations all on his own. That's fantastic. They are down to 2, but if he can hold on, there's some decent points to be had as, Resilience just decide to come on through, like, hey, y'all, just wanted to say hey, and, see ya, and coming through, and don't mind us, and bye. That's exactly what they said, quote unquote, as they move over into a very strong compound. That's actually a really good spot, as Madian might just go down here. That's 2 knocks for them. Unfortunate. Hopefully we can get them back up, because Butcher, who was taking them down, got taken down as himself, so maybe that's going to provide them a little bit of respite here.
Well, we'll find out. Here we go. Benny pushing up. Oh, I like the aggression, but can he get it? No, Benny.
Okay,
oh man,
Benny.
That was unfortunate. I like what he was. I see what he was thinking, and I like it. Just.
I don't.
you should have just. You know, you needed more info.
Yeah.
You needed more info, right? Good idea. Tough execution.
To go in solo like that when you don't know what's happening is a choice, and so he's gonna have to live with the consequences of said choice, because he's back in the lobby and he gets to mull it all over. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, but for now that is gonna be Resilience back up to a full squad. They're good to go. They've made that transition semi-seamlessly. And now they are set up and good to go. This is a really great compound, actually. A very, very strong position. The zone continues to go this direction. So, really good spot from them to be able to see that and go, oh, wait, that's empty. Let's go take that. Good heads up from them. Oh, but hang on. We got that DBS action about to come on through here as 7 Deadly Sins. Can't decide if they're pushing or leaving. It looks like they might be disengaging slightly here. Or not.
They're pushing to
never mind.
leave.
They're pushing.
They're pushing to leave. Yes, that's what they're doing. To leave the lobby. To leave into the lobby.
I was gonna say. Yes, that. Oh, that goes one. DBS.
That was actually a decent play coming through there from them. But now, of course, you can't beat the M249, right? It's
No.
just a rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, and then boom,
So true.
run over. Right, but hey, you know, Resilience, they're not gonna complain. They have 5 eliminations, almost getting them for free. So I want to see what is going to be happening with the Resilience approach here, because they have to reposition a little bit more over towards that eastern side, not quite in zone. But there is a potential threat looming just ahead of them, right? We can see Nepali is down there, that little blue dot that we've got there, and then of course we got the players from NG Pro just towards that northeastern side. So they're gonna have to be very tactful with how they choose to rotate out of here, because you can bet your silver dollar on it, they're gonna get fired upon once they start moving out.
Blackstorm have also made it in, and they're trying to cross the bridge as we speak right now, but NG Pros, they've got it locked and loaded. Oh my, that was nasty. Only one gets through, but I don't think for very long. I think that might just be them done and dusted and gone. 4 eliminations. Yeah, that's them. They're just gone.
Almost.
They're just done.
Yeah, pretty much. Not quite just yet,
No,
but
there
now.
we go.
Now it's official, right?
There we go.
But, you know, we saw that one coming. I mean, they did pick up 4 eliminations, so it wasn't a missed opportunity. But, you know, sometimes there's a very thin line between aggression and just why.
Yeah.
And I think that was almost one of those just why moments, right? Yeah, that definitely didn't go according to plan. But in the meantime, we are going to be hopping over onto Team Entity here, which will try to at least take control of this western side of zone. It's not going to be easy. It is going to be a hard-fought position to hold on to, because you can see Resilience there as well. And now that they've made a bit of noise, they could have drawn a bit of attention to themselves as well. Even now with the players there from Officials, there are so many teams in the vicinity, so you got to be super careful with how you play these next few moments.
You sure do. What an interesting circle. I'm studying it right now. That is so interesting. It's not one we see very often. Hospital being the center, and actually a lot of that focus going over to those fields as well. So I'm going to predict right about now, DK, that we're going to see a lot of contention for that one hillside. You know, the one that runs kind of to the south of Hospital and kind of runs right through it. I think there's going to be a lot of teams vying for some of those positions there, because that's the only real ground that you'll see is, Resilience. Here we go. Malcriado having some trouble, having a little bit of trouble, as the other team that's having trouble is going to be OR down in 3rd or 11th place there. No points on the board for them. And that's going to be very unfortunate indeed, as the zone is about to pop in 3, 2, 1. Booyah. There we go. It's gone over to the north side, so we are having a Hospital finish. Love a Hospital finish, but we just don't see it very often. So again, another one of those games where I feel like maybe a lot of the teams don't actually know what to do with this, right? Because it's so uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty tough play. You can see, just based on how the players are approaching it, there's a little bit of uncertainty there. Ooh, Suix. Oh, insane though. That was a pretty costly push. But we do see the players from Nucleotide also now falling to the wayside. We are down to the single-digit teams. Nucleotide, unfortunately, also not able to pick up any points in this game. Oh, clean play though. Look at that, Suix. Just getting the door slammed in their face.
Oh my goodness me. It's all popping off now. The zone's about to move on in. Yes, it's slow, but it's way too fast to be comfortable for any of these teams. Interesting though, DK, we've not heard much from AFL, right? They had the back-to-back. Okay, as soon as I say that, Die picks up Emperor there. And that's going to be the full send push. Do you see that? Okay. Whoa, hang on a second. Wait a minute. Okay, they're definitely making moves. I love that they had that knock and they ran with it. They left one behind to cover the team. That is fantastic teamwork coming in here, DK. People in chat, make notes of this. This is exactly how you play that transition. That's a really difficult rotation to make, and they made it work. Some really good stuff there. Don't get knocked. Here we go. Hollow just did. I mean, it helps that Hollow are only in a shack, right? That Silence Esports are only in a shack, because that's going to make it a lot harder for them to play from. But that hill is really nice. They know there's nobody behind them. Icy trying to get those that information with the vehicle there. Some nades from Silent is good. That's a good start. But yeah, there we go. Icy, oh, just takes out Hollow by running him over. That is bold. Don't nade your teammate, though. Oh my goodness me, it's all crazy. It's all insane, and that's going to be Silence Esports taken out. I love this team. I love this team.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yep, that was pretty nuts, right? That was a pretty insane play coming through from them. And so the way to rotate up, according to NEP, is a mass migration, right?
Yes.
Just full sended everybody in their own vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Not everybody in one, everybody in their own vehicle. Because that's going to get you into zone and make it difficult for the opponents to pinpoint the exact location to strike. But this is where AFL now has yet another challenge ahead of them. What are they going to do out on the open field here, right? I mean, there are a few trees and a few rocks for them to hide behind. Yes, they've got a little bit of that ridge to utilize as well. But if the zone pulls them up towards the north, are they then just going to send it over towards Liquid? Or are they going to try and maybe take a slightly different approach to get themselves situated? Of course, only time will tell. But now it is going to be Liquid. And the players here from the NG Pros going toe-to-toe, having a bit of an altercation, a bit of an exchange. Liquid with one elimination, but they lost their frag, and now it's going to come that full send. It's, oh, Chaos erupted, Killer getting hit. NG Pro can look to close this one out. Lux trying to go in for the heal. The heal gets pulled, but down they go in Liquid. Getting flushed away, 2 eliminations to their name, and a very abrupt end to their run here.
Yes, indeed. Goodness me. A valiant effort. You saw that not get revived and then knocked instantly again. So, a valiant effort, but not going to be enough. There is now Hyuk from AFL looking to close up that fight that was left behind by Liquid. Linky does go on down. That's going to be an instant. Oh, now it's Lux and AFL, man. They have just woken up. They've spent the entire game looking for just the opportunity to move in, move out, spread out, and take names and numbers. 8 eliminations for AFL right now. Crazy, crazy work coming in. They might have a little bit of a threat to the southeast side there. You see L officials in the side there, but I don't think it's going to be much of a problem right now. Entity has sights on them. And AFL just feeling too good to let a solo or even a duo really stay in their way.
Well, let's see how this one plays out for them. AFL, 8 eliminations strong already. Up comes Zeus. Oh, you got to watch out. Can't do too much damage over there. Nexus also going to be holding up right there alongside Hospital, as is the rest of Team Entity. But Entity, though, I mean, I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing here. Right, they've been trying a few different things, right? They unlocked 11 eliminations in the previous game. Can they unlock even more, right? They are going to try and maybe push for that winner chicken dinner because, well, it would make sense. They're the only team in the top 5 who doesn't have one yet. So we'll see very shortly how it all is going to play out for them. In the meantime, it is going to be L Official also now trying to bring in some of that heat as they come in right here alongside AFL. Oh, that nade, though, is dirty as it hits Zeus. 2 players left. Absolute phenomenal hits coming through from the side of the Alpha 4 Legends. Let's see, can they close this one up, though? Sandu knows better. Disengage, rolls back. Hope now keeping a very tight position here on Jasara. So let's see whether or not Hope is going to be able to get anything done. I don't even think Hope knows that Jasara is right there alongside them.
It doesn't seem that way, right? Oh, he really did. There wasn't even a weapon out or anything. Now, Entity definitely no. I love Jasraj's the panic loot there. You could hear the panic in the speed in which he was grabbing that stuff because he knew there was going to be a little bit of backlash on that one. That's gonna be 2 eliminations now for them, and Entity will go down by 1 more player. I think that's them as a trio now. Very unfortunate. I see what they were trying to do, trying to get that that spread going along the south side, but the zone has moved up directly on top of Hospital now. No one is actually in Hospital. Everybody's using that area around them. Except for RTP right now. Just calling me a liar, straight up liar. But it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what they do, right?
Yeah,
Brazilians, they just keeping themselves meted up, right? As you can see, those health bars looking pretty healthy, right? It makes sense because they're in the hospital, right? I don't know if they're the doctors or the nurses or the patients, right? But either which way, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as they keep on fighting here, it doesn't really matter what role they look to fulfill here. I also like the fact that Nepali is also still alive, right? Holding on very tightly to that northwestern side of the zone, trying to stay as hidden for as long as they can. Oh, there we go. The zone now starting to catch up to Sandu as Sandu goes down. Blue zone just wiping them to the wayside. Resilience, they're going to get tested very soon, as all the teams could potentially start to focus in on this hospital angle. Come on, what's going to happen here? Ruben just keeping his ears open. Yeah, look at that though. For the rest of the L officials, it is looking pretty tough, and out they go. It is going to be a 5th place finish. Unfortunate, but you know what? That happens to the blue, right? If you fight the big bad blue zone, you are going to lose 11 out of the 10 times.
Oh, it is a tricky enemy to deal with. But those who have won out against it so far are also winning in game, right? A lot of eliminations coming through for a lot of these teams here. Again, AFL with just this massive spread along the eastern side. It's a tricky one. It's actually quite risky, right? They get a really good angle onto Entity here, and that fight is popping off against Resilience, but they're out in the open. They gotta be really careful, as AFL now, ooh, making the full push. This is very interesting. Not exactly what I would have expected from them, right? I think I would have thought they would have waited a little bit more here, but they're taking full opportunity. This is Nexus is going to go on down. Ruben with that nade. It's got a great shot there. And now it's all going down. We have 3 teams now, all just going on to hospital and duking it out. They're like, we're not going to wait for the zone. The zone is too slow. We want it done now.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the players from Team Entity are not going to get their hands on that winner chicken today. It does seem, correct me if I'm wrong in my assessment, but it does seem like AFL are going to look to go for the turkey, right? They are considering pushing for their 3rd victory here. The back-to-back-to-back, right? They wanted that turkey stuffed as full as they can get it. But I think they're going to have to work through Resilience, right? Because Resilience is not going to let them get that one for free, right? They're really going to have to grind their butts off to get that chicken dinner to come to them.
They are. I mean, it almost feels like they're like, listen, we can't make the other 2 days. We got to get all the points in today because, yeah, we're going to be busy. Oh, the nade's not quite working there. I think it's on the wrong floor. Otherwise, that would have been a fantastic nade onto the duo there. But never mind. It's okay. We got another one. We got 4 nades, actually. 10 nades for Hyuk. Hyuk has 10 nades. DK, you've got 10 nades. This is bad. This is really bad for everybody else. Call an ambulance, but not for me, as Ballin. 1 HT. 1 HT? 1 HP.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking in pencils now, as we can see. Nepali trying to hold on. Fortunately for Nepali, though, Resilience doesn't know the exact location. But here we go, though. It's going to be AFL. Oh, Die cooking that nade up a little bit too long. Getting absolutely rushed as they get swept on out of here.
Woof.
That is now 7 eliminations going over to the side of Resilience. I mean, you gotta like the spacing from Resilience as well, right? They are defending this building with everything they have. They've already tasted 1 chicken, but can they make it 2? Can they get their hands on it? So far, the odds are stacked in their favor. But there's still a lot of work. There's still a long way. Only a few seconds, right? Because the zone is going to be closing up. We're in stage number 9. There's going to be that final showdown. Ruben is going to get picked on up. It is now up to Molina and Marion in this fight. A quick patch up could definitely bring Ruben back into the fight. But Marion is just like, you know what? I'm going to focus on what is ahead of me. And we got to focus on keeping the pressure up. But some way, somehow, Ballin is still alive.
I don't know how. I do not know how. He's, oh, well, never mind. Never mind, he's not anymore. But third place is going to be a really decent result for them. That's a team that really needed it. But now Resilience versus AFL. Who's going to win? Resilience need this more than AFL do. But for AFL to get the hat trick on day number 1 would be awesome. Icy does go down, though. Molina with this roof angles just a little bit too much more than they can handle, and it's a 2v3 right now. Berserk Bongs is out in the open with the M249, 1 HP each, and that's gonna be Resilience clutching it up away from AFL. I mean, Resilience needed this win. They were looking so good on the rondos. They kind of fell off a little bit towards the middle of today. And so to bring it all back with a win here to close things off for day number 1 is a great result for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, right? Resilience got a 1 placement point in the previous match, right? For a total of 4 points. But this time around, they got the right one, right? That a winner chicken dinner and all those eliminations to accompany that as well. So a very, very good day there for the side of Resilience, also bagging their 2nd victory so far. And of course, as we know, no more victories up for grabs, right? Game number 6 done and dusted. All the chickens now have been let loose. All the teams that could get them got them, and now we need to see what the point situation is, right? Where do these teams currently find themselves? And of course, unfortunately for Team Entity, tomorrow will have to be the day in which they try again, right? Give it another bash, see if they can secure themselves those victories. But you got to commend their effort, right? Their strategy coming into that western side of the zone, kind of just trying to stay out of harm's way, not being too noticed just yet. And then, well, somebody poked their head out when they shouldn't have, and then everything just broke loose, right? And unfortunately for Team Entity, they went out in 4th place as opposed to getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner. But you can only do so much. And of course, what we are going to do next is take a look at our team stats for the side here of Resilience. That equates to a glorious 10 points going over to Resilience. So they finished strong with the double digits.
They really do, yeah. And as close as those leaderboards have been tonight, that's going to put them in a really strong standing for tomorrow, right? It's so crucial. We talked about it at the beginning of the day, is that day 1 is where you want to get as many points as possible. When you only have 2 or 3 days to get top 4, especially when it's so brutal. Only the top 4 are going through to the PMGO finals, right? Regional finals, right? So
yeah,
when you've only got 3 days to get top 4 and to beat out 12 other teams, yeah, you really want to get as many points as possible in the first day. And so many of these teams have understood that and really gone above and beyond to get those points.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a marathon, right? It's not a full-out sprint, so you have to be a lot more tactful with how you approach these matches. And I mean, I'm excited though to see what Abyss is going to bring tomorrow, right? Did they have the best day? No. But can they turn it around tomorrow? Yes. Most definitely. So I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, looking at just the overall stats over here as well. Yeah, it is looking quite interesting. I think maybe the survival time has been turned on its head. It's supposed to be the other way around. Because we know for certain that Alpha Legends survived longer than at least a minute, right? Maybe it was 2 minutes, but it definitely wasn't 1 minute. And a 49-minute game, that is a pretty long match to play through. So yeah, some interesting things that we see here. But of course, we want to see that next page. That is the one that we've been cooking for. Of course, 20 points going over to the side there of Resilience. 14 eliminations going to the hand of Alpha Legends. And then, of course, the pros, right? They are going to be picking up their 9 as well to close it up, we do have Nepali stepping it up as well. 5 eliminations. That is going to bode really well for them. Double digits. Great finish.
Fantastic finish. Yeah, really, really good work coming in from them. I want to see a little bit more from L officials, though, coming into tomorrow. They got 5 points on the board here for the last game. We saw so many good things from them, but I feel like, except for the Rondos, they kind of struggled to equate that to points on the board. The conversion rate is not super good with them, at least for tonight. So for tomorrow, I love what I'm seeing from them. I'm loving the strategies I'm seeing from them. I just want to see them actually be able to get points on the board and convert that over to a solid leaderboard finish.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a great one. Unfortunately, a few teams are, of course, going to be sent back empty-handed, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles. So, yeah, come back a little bit stronger with tomorrow. Use what you've learned today, and yeah, maybe you could be the team to surprise us with a few insane winner chicken dinners. But there we have it. Match number 6 done as we hop over to Molina as our MVP. 6 eliminations, 688 damage. Nice. Bringing in a nice contribution there for the side of Resilience. And of course, you know, they've been pretty resilient across the way here today, all the way to the final match. But the big question is, have they been able to do enough to close that gap that Alpha Legends have been able to assert on the lobby in the previous few matches? I mean, because Alpha Legends, they've been pretty dang consistent, right? So I think that is them just showcasing yet again how important consistency is, right? If you can just keep on locking in those points, irrespective of how you do it, just try and do it, right? You are going to be smiling because the points are going to be starting to stack up quite a bit. But yeah, for Resilience here, this is also nothing to scoff at. 6 additional points coming in just at the hand of Molina is going to bode quite well for them. But overall, we need to see what that kind of what that breakdown is, right? Where the teams find themselves with regards to points. How much of a shift have we been looking at so far? Who's made the major upsets and doing what, where, when, and why? Well, we know most of the answers to those questions, but you know, we need to have it be official, right? We need to see the numbers on screen to know exactly what these teams have to look forward to tomorrow, because you know, it's been a pretty exciting day, but as we know, it ain't over just yet, right? Well, today is over once we get to the final wrap-up. And speaking about a wrap-up, this has been a Resilience sandwich, right? They started off the day with a victory. They ended off the day with a victory. So a very victorious day indeed.
It is indeed. Yeah, we get Resilience, EL Officials, NG Pro, Alpha, and Resilience again. Really good run of teams here, so we have a very solid top 4, I feel like, here. It'll be interesting to see how far Resilience has actually jumped up, right? Because we know AFL, they're still top of the leaderboard. There's no way anybody's gone near them. As we look here, 112 points. We've hit 112 with Alpha. Next is Resilience with 64, but actually tied with NG Pro with 64. So they're actually kind of tied for second place there, but you got second and third as well. That is a massive lead, though. 112 points in a single day, DK.
Yeah, that's almost double the points of second place, right? So it's going to be a pretty tough day for Resilience or NG Pro to try and catch up. Is it doable? Yes. I mean, Alpha showed that it's doable, but already Alpha has set quite a bit of a stage here for themselves, right? So tomorrow is going to be quite comfortable for them to kind of just hold on to that lead, right? So they're not going to have a super demanding day 2. Day 3, I think, is going to be the big one, right? If the teams situated below them, I would say even from 6th place downwards, right? If they really step it up tomorrow and they really lock in and make it just so dang difficult for everybody, I think we could be looking at a completely different spread with regards to how these teams are situated in these rankings. That's what we need to look forward to, right? We need to see if Alpha is going to be able to hold on to their pole position, because based on what we can see right here, they are making it a pretty tough competition.
They really are. Really good stuff coming in from AFL. They have just gone above and beyond right from game one. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were in the top 3 on the first game today on Rondo as well. So this team is just, I think there's maybe been one game where they haven't been in that top 5 position. So really nice to see them coming on through here. And you gotta love that Kiddo is still here. He's representing his team. He's the only one here that's not from AFL, and he's just still putting up those numbers, keeping himself in the MVP ranking. So big GG's there.
Yeah, mad respect going out to these players. Absolute monsters. But of course, at least for now, the monsters can be put to bed, right? As they need to rest up and make sure they come back all bright and shining and bushy-tailed and whatever they need to have to bring in all the aggression come tomorrow. But yeah, I think a pretty strong day coming through from the side there of the Alpha Legends, right? Just running away with the points. But I think what also helped with that large contribution to hitting 112 points outside of the consistency is also just the fact that we've had 2 rondos, right?
Yes.
I mean, they secured a decent serving of points across the board. It was 12 points in the first match. They got 15 points in the second match. So that already puts them on 27 points after 2 games. So, you know, hitting 112, yeah, it's very doable, right? They showed us that it is very, very easily accomplished by our squads. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be the big day for the teams to try and double down on their efforts. They're going to be their final attempt to ease that 3rd day, right? Because come day number 3, you don't want to be stressing too much, right? You still want to focus, but you don't want to be stressing too much. So excited to see what day 2 will hold for us. And of course, only way for us to get to day number 2 is to give a big shout out firstly to everybody, right? Thank you to production. You guys are absolutely amazing. And of course, thank you to all our viewers and players, right? The viewers for making the show exciting, as you've been commenting in the chat and keeping everything alight. Of course, we see about 205 of you looking at the stream on YouTube. We are streaming in other places as well. But of course, yeah, thank you to you as well, Nep. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting one. And so we'll see you back again tomorrow for even more insanity right here in PMNC Wildcard. Don't miss it.